Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be led by Pastor David Bendett with Rock City Church. Pastor.
Good morning, council. Thank you so much for all that you're doing for our city. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here to pray. Lord, thank you so much for Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you for what you're doing here. Thank you for what you're doing in our lives and the lives of each of these council members. And Lord, I just declare Psalm 127, verse 1 over all of us, that unless you build our homes and our houses, the work of the builders is wasted. And unless you protect our city, guarding it with sentries will not do any good. And so, Lord, we invite you to be the guard of our city, the guard of our hearts, the guard of our homes. And anything that we've said or done that's not right in your eyes, I ask that you'd have mercy, forgiveness, and that, Lord, you would cleanse us and watch over us and care for us and protect us, our families, our children, the businesses, our finances, and every decision that we make. Thank you, Lord, for this city, this county, our great state, and our nation. And I thank you that you've entrusted each one of us with great positions of leadership and authority. And I pray that we would lead according to your design. And I pray that you would give each of us your heart, your mind, and your desires for this community. I thank you for unity, and I pray, God, that even in our differences, we would all fight for the right purposes to be yours. And we love you, and we thank you. We're so grateful for you, Lord, and we welcome you in every area of our lives and in this city and in our decisions. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States and the Texas state flag will be led by Sara Binding Navale. She is a senior at W.B. Ray High School. She's an international baccalaureate diploma candidate and has been accepted to UT Austin in the Plan 2 honors program, which is very prestigious.
Hook 'em.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Sada, and good luck in your studies. Stephanie, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Stephanie. And we'll go to section E, and that is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. We have one item there. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, members of the council. We do have one item on the city manager report, and it's to highlight a conference that will be coming here to our city. And it's a very important one because it's one of our topics that we've been addressing over the past 7 years, and that is streets. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction, and then Ernie is going to come up to the podium and deliver a little bit more. We also have a real nice video that shows the success that Ernie and his team have accomplished and continue to accomplish with the rapid paving program. And so there's a real nice video that will show, and that'll be on our site as well. So it's the 2026 Texas APA MAPS Conference. That's the acronym, but it stands for the Texas Asphalt Pavement Association. And they will be hosting their annual Materials and Asphalt Paving Solutions Conference right here in our city at the Hilliard Center next month, so March 25th and 26th. The conference is a two-day program from the Texas Asphalt Pavement Association, which brings practical, real-world insight to the challenges all cities face in managing their pavement network. We're not alone in the country. A lot of cities and counties struggle with the same thing of funding and just managing miles and miles of roads. So each event features full day of education and networking. There's a focus on paving, compaction, and inspector training as well. The program is built for engineers and designers and public works professionals who plan, specify, and build asphalt across Texas. And so this event connects local agency engineers and consulting professionals with experts and peers who have proven strategies to improve pavement performance and extend service life, maximizing limited resources, finances. And so we expect to learn quite a bit from the professionals who will be here. Generally, we attend these at some other location, but we're highlighting it today because we're the host city. And we're proud of our city, and we're proud of our public works teams especially. And they'll be the highlight of this year's conference. So Ernie is going to now give a little bit more overview in the conference. I think it was with your leadership, Ernie, that we were able to secure the conference here, correct? Yes, great. So Ernie's going to add a little bit more to this, and then we'll have a video too to show along the way.
Mayor, Council, Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. So this conference is very important in that when we first began the rapid pavement program as a city and started implementing new tools to improve our pavement network, we were tracking somewhere around 10,000 tons of hot mix before, use demand. Now we're up to about 100,000 tons, annually. And so the demand has increased. And so with that demand, we have to update our specifications. And TexAPA provides that technical resource that we can work with. They go around the state and work with municipalities to take from the TxDOT spec that everybody uses and make it more municipal centered. And so that's the next to do for us at Public Works and at Engineering Department is to update our specifications. But with that, we put together a little video that highlights the work that we've done here in the city of Corpus Christi.
This spring, Corpus Christi will welcome engineers, city leaders, and public works professionals from across Texas for the Texas Asphalt Pavement Association's MAPS Conference, a statewide forum focused on smarter pavement solutions for local agencies. For the first time, this regional conference will be hosted right here in Corpus Christi at the Hilliard Center. This year, Corpus Christi isn't just the host city. Our work will be featured as a model for innovation and results. Corpus Christi's Rapid Pavement Program, or RPP, will be highlighted at the conference as a successful example of modern, data-driven street rehabilitation. The program replaced the city's former reactive approach to street repairs, which relied heavily on temporary fixes and short-term patching. Under the Rapid Pavement Program, the city shifted to a proactive, systematic strategy focused on full-depth reconstruction and long-lasting pavement solutions.
This program represents the hard work and dedication of our Public Works team. What makes the Rapid Pavement Program successful is the way our engineers, inspectors, and field crews work together, planning projects strategically and delivering quality construction that will serve our residents for years to come. Being able to share this work at a statewide conference is something our team is very proud of.
Corpus Christi's approach is now helping guide other cities seeking better pavement solutions. As Corpus Christi prepares to host the TXAPA MAPS Conference, the city will share its experience, its lessons learned, and its commitment to building stronger streets for the future. From host city to featured program, Corpus Christi continues to lead by example.
Right, Ernie, and then
Great video.
you'll be presenting at the conference as well?
Yes, sir. I'll be giving introductory comments. I'm showing this video at the conference as well.
Okay.
And then we'll be on a panel discussion, highlighting the material improvements that we're doing on this program.
Okay, great. Mayor, that concludes our briefing this morning on. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ernie. Councilman Barrera.
Here, Ernie, I just wanted to publicly thank you. It's you and your team and your creativity, and your team that basically came up with this so that way we could accelerate the challenges that we're facing with our streets. And I just want to commend you personally, and I know the entire council appreciates it. And I know since this happened that my phone doesn't ring as often. So I appreciate that. And then I want to embarrass also, I put on my bio that I sing in the choir at Most Precious Blood Church. Of course, that's at the 10:30 Mass. Ernie sings at the 12:30 Mass.
Oh.
It's a little known fact that
Know
people don't
that.
know. He's very bashful, but he does a great job. Thank you, Ernie.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, sing a chorus for us. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You should be so proud of what you've accomplished. This is just what Corpus needs, and thank you, Mr. Sinoni, for highlighting it. Thanks for all your hard work.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernie, this is really something for our city to be proud of. Thank you for taking such a leadership role in this. I know in the year working with you, you've been incredibly helpful, incredibly responsive, and the things that you and your department do under you are meaningful impacts in our community. So we support you. Thank you for this. We're excited to see you shine at the conference.
Yeah, and we also want to thank your team, the people who are boots on the ground, and everyone that's part of the team, whether it be contractor or not. I think you mentioned it in the video. We're a leader. You guys are going to highlight what we're doing so other cities can look at those processes. So we appreciate your leadership, because I know, how long have you been here now?
Going on 3 years. Yes.
3 years, yeah. So you really came and started a new chapter for the city of Corpus Christi. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I also, too, want to sing your praises. And I also agree with the not so many calls coming in. But I also want to make sure that people know that you also, brought up the standards of our, pavement, the pavement of the streets. When I was calling you as to why this street, it was already, kind of falling apart. And it was before you came in with now standardized standards, and that makes a difference. So from now on, we can expect that our streets that you pave will last at least 10 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So again, these are the kind of standards and that we appreciate and that you excel at, and that's what's going to make this program succeed even better with the other cities. So I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Ernie, I appreciate the street sing, but I still need a plan for alleyways. So, I'll sing your praises, but I also want to say, hey, don't forget the alleyways. We still have a lot to do. Thank you.
And industrial parks. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Ernie.
it's just funding.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're going to go ahead and go to section G2, board and committee appointments. Ms. Spox, would you please proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Since we haven't hit public comment yet, did you want to open public comment on board and committee appointments?
Oh, yes. So is there any public comment on section G2, which is our board and committee appointments? Come on up.
Good morning, Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm here today seeking your support for the appointment to the RTA board. Not as a policy expert, but as a writer, a neighbor, someone who listens every day to the people who depend on the transit system to get to work, school, medical appointments, and home safety. For years, I have ridden the RTA bus when I came here, and while working in Corpus Christi in that time, I had countless of conversations with riders, and now I have them in line in H-E-B, Walmart bus stops, and buses themselves. What I hear over and over again is that people feel unheard. They feel like decisions are being made about them without them. Many of these riders are working parents, early shift mothers, seniors, and people traveling long distances to job sites, including trips to the island. For them, public buses are not a convenience, it's a lifeline. When routes change, when schedules don't align, or where communications fall short, and the impact is not abstract, it's missed paychecks, missed childcare pickups, and missed appointments, and missed opportunities. I see firsthand that when rider concerns reach leadership, change can happen. In the past, I have raised issues to the board members and the CEO, and I have seen tangible improvements. That tells me something important. Advocacy works, but only when it's consistent and not when riders have a trusted voice inside the room where decisions are made. That's why I'm seeking this appointment. While financial planning and policies are critical, I believe the board must always center the people who actually use the system. Life experience matters. The riders deserve a board member who understands what it means to wait in the heat, depend on transfers, and organize your time around bus schedules. This appointment would be both an honor and a responsibility. My goal is simple. It is to make sure riders feel welcome, respected, and heard. Not occasionally, but consistently. I want to build a transit system that reflects the need of our community and strengthens the trust between RTA and the leadership and the people it serves. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment on our board appointments? Okay, we'll close public comment on that. Ms. Bucks?
Okay, the first board for your consideration is a committee for persons with disabilities. There are 5 vacancies. Per council policies 10.1.6B, recommendations for board appointments will not be solicited from the board except for the committee for persons with disabilities. The committee is recommending the reappointments of Sonia Derwachter, Eliza Long, and Emilda Trevino.
I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to reappoint Sonia Derwachter, Eliza Long, and Imelda Trevino. Well, we have a motion and a second for the reappointment of the 3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
so the committee is also recommending the new appointments of Leanne Alfaro and Allison Johnson.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to appoint the recommendation of Leanne Alfaro and Allison Johnson. Pardon? Well, I've not heard anything.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Olga Baeta.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor, don't we, Stephanie? No, yes, we did. But he won.
Well, not yet for the appointments of the new members.
She made a motion.
To accept the recommendations.
Right,
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear.
right. So if we have a motion and a second, you have to vote, and then we can consider, or am I wrong?
That's correct. Well, so we had, Ms. Campos was made the motion.
I mean, if y'all want to retract, you can and include the other person, but it was done, so I'm trying to stick with the.
We didn't hear the second on the motion to appoint the 2 new members.
Okay. Okay. If there was not a second, then we'll include who is your,
Olga Baeta?
okay, so the recommendation of the board is Leanne Alfaro and Allison Johnson, and then we're going to add Olga Barrera to the pool. And we are, let's see, this is for 2 people, so we'll start with Councilwoman Vaughn, 2 people. Councilman Hernandez? Oh,
Yeah, for the control, there you go, thank you.
Johnson and Barrera. That's who it is.
I guess I'll go with Barrera and Johnson.
Alfaro and Johnson.
I'm going to go with the recommendation of Alfaro and Johnson.
Barrera and Johnson.
Ferrara and Johnson.
Alfaro and Johnson.
Baeta and Johnson.
Okay, so Barrera and Johnson are appointed to the Committees for Persons with Disabilities. Okay, so the next board for your consideration is the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau. There is one vacancy. The CCVB will make recommendations to the City Council for lodging, attraction, restaurant industry, and community at-large directors as director's term expires, but the CCVB will always shall nominate one more individual as alternate per category than the total number of positions available. Appointments will be made by the City Council from the provided list with consideration of nominations by the CCVB, nominations and executive committees and board. The CCVB is recommending the reinstatement of Alex Harris from the short-term rental industry and submitted an alternate of Gabrielle Hilpold.
I'll entertain a motion to reinstate Alex Harris.
I move for.
Nominate Gabby Holcomb for the absent, for the open position.
Yes.
And Alex Harris is the alternate.
So reinstatement.
Yeah, I think I heard two competing motions. I heard a competing motion for the reinstatement and then also a motion for the,
Yeah, so there was a motion and a second
Yes.
for the reinstatement of Alex Harris. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Raise your hand if you're a no, please. 4 noes, okay. The motion carries.
okay. The next board for your consideration is the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. There is one vacancy representing the following category, city member.
Okay, I'll open the floor for nominations. Matthew Garcia. Okay, we have Matthew Garcia. Any other nominations?
I nominate Susie Saldana.
Anyone else? Okay. I'll close nominations. And we will start with Councilman Cantu.
Susie. Matt Garcia.
Saldana.
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 Okay. Okay, so Ms. Saldana is appointed to the RTA.
Okay.
Okay, so the next board for your consideration is the Reinvestment Zone Number 3 Downtown Board. There are 4 vacancies representing the following categories, 3 city and 1 downtown management district. Historically, council members have been appointed to the board. The 3 city reappointments are council members Sylvia Campos, Mark Scott, and Eric Cantu.
I'll entertain a motion to reappoint council members Sylvia Campos, Mark Scott, and Eric Cantu. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. Next, the Downtown Management District Board recommends the reappointment of James Sedgwick.
I'll entertain a motion to reappoint the DMD recommendation of James Sedgwick.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so Mr. Sedgwick is reappointed to the board. The last board for your consideration is a Senior Corps Advisory Committee. There are 3 vacancies representing the following categories: 1 at-large, 1 SCP volunteer station, and 1 RSVP volunteer. Allison Vela is an at-large position, and she's seeking reappointment, and her attendance is in the packet.
I'll entertain a motion to reappoint Allison Vela.
So moved. Second.
Councilwoman Paxson, do you have a?
I just had a question. One of our applicants, Allison Johnson, I think was just appointed to another board, if I'm not mistaken. Is she still eligible to appoint?
Allison Vela?
This is Allison Vela.
Johnson?
This is Vela.
Sure. I was talking about for the vacancy. You can move forward. With
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Norma.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so just for clarity, it's Allison Johnson, not Allison Vela? It's Vela, so
Yeah.
what we have in the package for applicants is incorrect. Right, there's an Allison Johnson with her resume in the back, in that, so that's a mistake. The Allison Johnson is not applying for this position. Okay. Okay. All right, just want to have clarity there, just, okay, thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have the SCP volunteer station and RSVP volunteer.
Okay, so we have one or two? Two. We have two.
It's
All right,
two.
I'll open the floor for nominations. Oh, there's two applicants. Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to appoint
Make a motion.
for both of them to be reappointed. Councilman Hernandez, did you have a question?
Well, it's Grabby and Pena, is that correct? Or
Yeah. thank
Grave?
you. Gravy,
Gravy?
I don't know, gravy.
So for those two positions, for the
Yes.
two open positions.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And that concludes our board and committee appointments. I'm going to go ahead and, well, you know, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to go to the consent agenda, section I. Do any council members have any items they'd like to pull between items 3 and 23? Number 6. Number 9, 17, and 18. Any other items pulled to be pulled? 8 and 10. Okay. I will go ahead and entertain, well, actually, before that,
I need to, I'm sorry, let me
You have
go
one?
back up here because I have a conflict on one.
okay. It's okay.
And just for the record, the staff is recommending withdrawal of items 17 and 18 to be presented next week.
So we're pulling, Peter, you're pulling 17 and 18? That's the 9%?
Is that what they're saying, Stephanie?
Yes.
Nobody told me that, but okay.
Yes.
All right. Yes, Mayor, we're going to pull 17 and 18.
The tax credit.
We'll put them on next week's agenda.
Okay, so then we're gonna take those off of the pulled.
Right.
Well, you're pulling those.
We're going to pull them till,
We're
we're going
pulling
to put
those.
them on next
Okay.
week's agenda.
So we have we have item to pull number 6, number 9, 8, and 10. Are there any other items? Okay, with that, any requests from the public to pull an item for public comment? Items 3 through 23 that haven't already been pulled. Okay, we'll close that public comment. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 6, 8, 9, and 10. Motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So at this time, we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back and go through those items that were pulled. So we've recently changed public comment procedures, and I'll summarize them as follows. Citizens may speak on agenda or city-related items during the noon public comment period. For noon public comment, citizens can register through the sign-in page on the city's website or in person at the kiosk located out in the City Hall foyer. Registration begins on Mondays at 8 a.m. and ends on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. when there is a council meeting. Speakers may address an agenda item once during the meeting, either at the noon general public comment session or during consideration of the agenda item. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1 minute. All speakers, whether delivering information orally, in writing, or electronically, must adhere to the rules of decorum. And as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address the rules of decorum. The council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screen for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comment. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary prior to speaking. So with that, today we have 11 speakers, and we're going to start with Kyle Hosek. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kyle Hosek, District 5. 7 months ago, I stood here and made this council aware families in Corpus Christi were being continuously denied lawful enforcement of a state jail felony, Penal Code 2503, interference with child custody. Multiple CCPD officers, as well as Internal Affairs, has confirmed that the Chief of Police, Mike Markle, has a verbal policy not to enforce this statute. Since then, every attempt to get a consistent explanation has revealed something worse. There isn't one. As you see on the paper in front of you, 2503 is a state jail felony, and under the Code of Criminal Procedure, officers shall prevent, report, and act on crime. The Chief of Police does not have the authority to downgrade a felony or refuse to document it. Yet that's exactly what's been happening here for years. Internal Affairs has told me when officers respond to these calls, they already know they're only going to write a violation of court order, and that we do not write 2503 because that is not what the chief wants. Deputy Chief Breedlove later told me the opposite. He said there is no directive, and they do enforce 2503. Yet weeks after my last public comment, the chief privately told several council members that 2503 is civil. These statements cannot be all true at the same time. And it's not as though the chief isn't aware of who I am. He's viewed my LinkedIn profile. He's had time to research me professionally, but in 7 months hasn't returned a single call or email. Even Councilwoman Campos has told me directly the chief knows exactly who you are, but isn't interested in meeting with you. So the issue isn't awareness, it's deliberate avoidance. And the response from this council has been equally concerning. When I called my own district representative, Councilman Hernandez, he showed no interest in assisting and told me to get with the other members because he wouldn't get involved. Then stated, nobody questions the chief. That statement alone explains why this issue has gone unchecked. Councilman Cantu's email reply to me was not to address the facts, but to say he supports the chief, and in that same email said he won't support undermining law enforcement. He told me to show up at public comment if I wanted my voice heard. That is an oversight, it's deference. When documented facts are viewed as undermining, that raises serious concerns about bias. As you can see on the page on the backside, we have a total systemic failure to enforce this felony statute. Non-enforcement isn't neutral, it's dangerous. The national case of Chad Reed, the father shot and killed during a custody exchange after the mother refused to turn over their child, shows exactly what happens when police won't enforce the law. Earlier this year, Internal Affairs received a formal complaint, and after my follow-up has verbally escalated this complaint to Captain Weber, yet refuses to acknowledge this in writing or provide a case number. It's not a delay, it's damage control. The city attorney sits in this room. If he is aware that the chief is telling the public a felony is civil or that IA is refusing to document a complaint, he has a professional obligation to correct that. And I hope after today's comments, I'm not chased out of City Hall by 2 police officers after a speech against the chief like I was last time. That raises serious ethical questions. I've followed every step of this process. The council needs to act.
Thank you, Mr. Hosek. Fatima Geta Rashidi.
Fatima, District 1. I would like to thank you for all your effort in dealing with so many issues that I'm pretty much clueless about in our city. I love my city, and I know that you love our city too. I also want to thank you for your recent approval of the 30-year agreement to supply recycled water from the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant to Valero Refining. I read that Valero is expected to receive about 8 million gallons per day of recycled water for the company's operations. This is a great move to reduce Valero's demand on our drinking water supply. Valero is even agreeing to pay the city for both the water and the treatment costs. This truly is a great move in the right direction. But this doesn't take away from the fact that refineries and chemical plants are the heaviest users of our drinking water supply. I've already pointed this out so many times, so I won't dwell on this now. I'll just end here. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you. Christina English.
Christina English, District 1. On January 13th, during a discussion around the Farfield Model Committee, City Manager Peter Zanoni promised the people of Corpus Christi the most transparent process, and that those meetings would be open to the public. On January 22nd, myself and my partner came to City Hall to observe that meeting, but we were denied entry after security called to check to see if we should be let in. I had that interaction on video, and I've played portions of that audio here in chambers as evidence of that denial. On January 27th, I presented council with this evidence and asked for an explanation for why Peter Zanoni would make a promise to the public who pay him about 7 times the average income here in Corpus Christi, and then not keep it. I asked for that explanation to be made here at the dais or in writing. Through the contact information that we're forced to provide when we make general public comment. It's been 15 days. I've received nothing. Not an email, not a letter to my home address. I've provided my personal contact information to each of you today, despite the fact that the public comment form cites that responding in just this way is the purpose for collecting the same information. So I'm asking again, and I'm making it as easy as possible to respond. Why did City Manager Peter Zanoni promise the people of Corpus Christi that the Farfield Model Committee would be open to the public and then deny us entry? To be clear, I'm not interested in the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. I'm asking why Peter Zanoni chose not, I'm asking why Peter Zanoni chose not to keep a promise that he made to the people of Corpus Christi 9 days after making it. If you want to answer, I'll see the rest of my time.
Ms. English, we can't answer questions.
I appreciate it. I want to give the opportunity. I expect something in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zanoni, if you could.
Thank you, Ms. Christina. So we're going to be changing our position on this. So initially I did say that, and Christina's right. I said, we would have this open to the public. The team, my city team advised me probably not the best idea because it's a working meeting. But I did make the promise, and we've heard Christina, and my apologies not for getting back with you. So we're going to try the next meeting to have it open to the public. And we're going to have to take it one meeting at a time if it's too overwhelming, if it turns into that the meetings aren't conducive to conducting the business for this task force, then we might make adjustments. But we are going to let public in the second meeting
What would make it not conducive just for the public?
Because it's like a staff meeting. We consider it a staff meeting.
Like this?
So, no, this is not a staff meeting. This is an open public meeting. So, like this morning, I had a staff meeting with a couple consultants and the teammates, and we don't open those up to the public. And so the prevailing thought was, let's keep these kind of as if they're working staff meetings.
Is Jason Hale a member of your staff?
No, he's not.
Oh, because he was a part of that committee.
Excuse me?
He's a part of that committee, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a difference between a committee and a staff.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll call you because it's probably inappropriate.
I don't want to call. I want any explanation.
Well, I was,
No, I'm going to call you. Right now is not the right time.
If I can interrupt,
Yeah.
I wanted Mr. Zanoni to address.
Yeah, it's been addressed,
And
Ms.
he
Christina, so
he
Ms.
addressed
English,
it,
we're going
but I want y'all to talk,
Yeah.
and you can speak about details later.
Great, in
gonna
writing
get you
would be
details
best.
for you.
Via my email would be good. Thank you.
No problem. We'll email you. But for the public, I want to make this announcement that the meetings will be open to the public. However, I do reserve the right to adjust if things don't work out, if the meetings are not conducive for one reason or the other. So that's the position that we're in today.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Zanoni. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, District 5. Almost 4 years ago, I was invited by Mayor Paulette Guajardo to sit down and talk about Cole Park Skate Park. And at the time, it felt like a small meeting about a single place. What it turned into was something much bigger. Together as a community, we didn't just save Cole Park, we proved that when people care, show up, and stay the course, that real change happens. Since then, we've added a new brand new skate park at West Guth, designed as a true street-style blueprint worthy of competition and progression. We secured funding for a world-class skate park, which will be at Billish Park on the island, an incredible design that will serve generations to come. We came together to design and submit a future BMX park at Salinas, built to host CCBMX competitions and showcase our city and our state. And today, from what I learned, the Visit Corpus Christi Sports Commission is going to be sponsoring the upcoming Packery Channel Open with our very own Texas Gulf Surfing Association. That, to me, is community. That's determination. That's what happens when people stay positive and refuse to quit. I do believe one day that X Games will come knocking, but even if they don't, what we've already built is nothing short of spectacular. We've created a safe, creative, competitive space for alternative sports. We've given the youth of Corpus Christi something real to believe in, and now I feel called to take the same energy somewhere else. This is almost like a calling that happened to me recently. Epidermolysis bullosa, otherwise known as EB, is a devastating genetic disease. Individuals with EB lack the critical proteins that hold the layers of skin together. For them, a simple touch can cause severe blistering, open wounds, and lifelong pain. Many wounds never heal, and many children will never get the chance to grow up or take part in these amenities that we have. Worldwide, an estimated 500,000 people live with EB. Those with the most severe forms often have a life expectancy ranging from early infancy to, if they're lucky, 30 years of age. EB is considered rare, but it is not distant. Based on national prevalence, about 1 in every 20,000 births, and there are hundreds of families here in Texas alone affected by EB, including families right here in the Coastal Bend. These are children in our schools, siblings in our neighborhoods, parents silently fighting these battles most of us will never see. This is not a problem that science can solve without help. This is not a fight that families can take on alone. What we've proven, I think, as a community is through skate parks and BMX plans and community events is that when Corpus Christi commits, things can change. I believe that same commitment can help shine a light on EB, and I hope to do that through awareness, through fundraising, through advocacy, through refusing to look away. I truly believe this may have been my calling all along, to take what I've learned about community, persistence, and hope, and to use it to fight for children who need all three of those things. If we can build parks, then we can build awareness. And if we can rally for sport, then we can rally for life. I truly believe this is the calling that I've had from God or some higher power, because it hit me so hard yesterday that I just wanted to bring attention to it, and I'm going to be focusing more on that moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Susie Saldana?
Susie Saldana, Corpus Christi. First of all, thank you. Second, I came to talk to you about water. I know that you all are looking at a lot of projects, but I want you to keep one thing in mind, and this is the reason I wanted to talk to you. Your allegiance should be to Corpus Christi citizens. While I value our neighbors, while I value whatever's going on, your duty and your first thing should be the citizens of Corpus Christi. So when you make all of the decisions that are coming up, remember that they are the priority. We are the priority. And I'm asking you to keep on that in mind as you make your decisions going through this agenda. Corpus Christi first, the citizens of Corpus Christi first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Gary Tucker?
Gary Tucker, Nueces County, Mayor, Council, to discuss the resolution on purchase of groundwater. I live just west of Munster, so I'm directly impacted. I really credit your public service in trying to analyze these problems and doing it for the public good and for all the neighbors, even those beyond the city of Corpus Christi, without doing harm. Now, the difficulty when you analyze this problem is when you use your head, well, you can't. There's no analysis. There's no hydrology report. There's no data to use your head on this decision. Your heart. I've heard several of you in prior meetings talk about your heart to your neighbors, or farmers, or ranchers. Well, you don't know the harm you're going to cause them. The gut. 28 million for something that's temporary that you don't even know what you're buying when you're weeks away from perhaps a final solution, and you may just find yourself 28 million short. So, using your head, your heart, and your gut, as my grandmama would say, that's no. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Alma Studer?
Hope you see my t-shirt. Blame it all on my roots. Hello, my name is Alma Studer. I reside in Nueces County. May I begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It is in regard to item 26-0218, the $28 million for groundwater rights. If existing elected officials do not take care of the people, it is time to elect those who will protect water for the people. My family runs a small herd of cattle on County Roads 81 and 79, land that has been in our family for 5 generations and 100 years. Historically, our family ranch and farm has survived hard times, world wars, the Great Depression, historic droughts, and dangers that come with living in the country. We now risk losing it, not to lack of hard work and dedication, but to an overreaching government entity, the city of Corpus Christi. The water purchase will damage our water wells, and you know it. Once our water is damaged, you will have premeditatively destroyed our way of life, our property values. You're spending over $11,000 an acre for water rights alone. Cities in Texas can fail. The city claims to be a good neighbor, but will not hesitate to destroy our only source of water, our wells, by overpumping the aquifer that all rural residents, ranchers, and farmers depend on. You have already damaged some wells. A family member had an artesian well from the 30s that never stopped flowing until you started pumping from the eastern wells. You have already destroyed the Hillcrest community, and you've caused the city of Robstown to drink water with arsenic level above the EPA standards for months as a direct result of pumping contaminated water into the Nueces River. You knew it was going to happen before you did it, and you did it anyway. That makes you culpable and liable. Your actions demonstrate your willingness to sacrifice the people of this county and San Patricio for foreign investors. Stop. Its time is way overdue for the city to cancel contracts for convenience with high-volume water users. Previous council should have never burdened us. Everybody knew we live in a semi-arid area, and they did it anyway. Taking a region's water should be illegal, and I propose future laws will make it so, as well as make it retroactive. This city has spent way too much time taking care of industry instead of the residents at taxpayers' expense. GFV is half owned by, that's the Gulf Coast Ventures, is half owned by a Saudi company. They can build their own desal plant for themselves and the rest of industry. Saudi Arabia can afford it. The king is already providing $2 trillion on diversification per Bloomberg. Perfect. Damn. Anyway, I know memories are short. Remember, 15 of the 19 hijackers on 9/11 were Saudi.
Thank you, Ms. Studer. Brooke Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, nice to see you today. I was actually here because I thought an item might be pulled from consent. It was not, so this actually is me saying thank you. So it was item 251827, first reading to approve the ordinance to amend the existing project finance zone.
Excuse me, can you state your name and city for the record, please?
Yes, Brooke Kaufman, Visit Corpus Christi, Corpus Christi. I just wanted to say thank you. So I think all of you know the importance of the Hilliard Center. We're putting over 80,000 room nights in the market to drive jobs, sales tax collections. It's such an important asset to us. So to know that there is a path forward is critical for our industry. So I just wanted to say thank you. We did have the opportunity to meet with most of our hoteliers. They are in support too, so I wanted to make sure we shared that. So with that, Mayor, that's it. Just thank you, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And, you know, I get stopped all the time and people ask me, are you a little afraid to come up to council and talk? And like I said, no one should ever be afraid for their business, for their home, for their safety, because they're coming up to speak at council. We can't really run this like 1793 France for Marie Antoinette. That didn't work out too well for her. So just take note of that. But I was looking over some things and going back to the hotel issue. And we can't, I know we have a water issue, but we can't overlook possible fraud, because if you'll tell a little white lie, the lies will keep going. What we're doing in this city is we're literally picking winners and losers. When you start on third base, it's pretty easy to hit a home run. For those of you who haven't played sports, third base is the one you're about to get to when you make a home run. And when you give someone $2 million, that gives them a pretty good start. And a lot of them are saying that, well, we've got to see they're innocent after all their lawyers showed up. Well, I don't know how many of you have ever had your lawyers show up anywhere. I've used a lawyer to been sued. They've never showed up on my behalf unless you pay them a pretty good penny. How many criminals or someone who's done something wrong has had an entire PowerPoint presentation? But if we're going to do a PowerPoint presentation to say someone's innocent, I think everyone should be called up. We need to see both sides. We need to find out why depositions were ordered to be stopped. We need to find out why Alyssa no longer did refuse to show up for a deposition. We need every council member that signed and voted for that Homeward Suites to come up. Even Secret Squirrel over at the county needs to come down and say why he's not coming. You know, if you're getting paid to say something is right, well, when someone's getting paid for something, and if you believe that lawyer is saying it just out of the goodness of his heart, well, then you're the same people who go to a strip bar and believes at a gentleman's club that that girl really wants to be your girlfriend. No, you're paying them. That's what's happening here. And I know it's election time, and we're going to get promised things like the Bass Pro Shop. Maybe the Bass Pro Shop knew something. Maybe they knew that we were about to get desal and our waters were going to stink and there was going to be no fish in it anyway. Sorry, I was running late, and that's why I'm a little out of breath. I wanted to make sure I was all pulled together. You never know when I'm going to be on tea time or something. Like I said, if you're going to bring cases, you need to bring both. I got stopped the other day, even by some of the attorneys here. Are you being mean to my client? Do you just not like my client? I don't know some of you well enough to not like you, but I know I don't like the law to be broken, and fraud is a criminal case. So if you don't want your feelings hurt, and I know you're going to maybe go where the bishop's getting sworn in, get all dressed up. I'm a Catholic too. I got cornered Well, but one last
you.
word, if you're
Thank
going to
you, Ms.
sleep with the
Cox.
devil, don't
Yeah,
expect Jesus
thank
to
you.
pay the rent.
Dr. Ariza.
Okay, Isabel Araiza, District 2, co-founder of For the Greater Good. Recently, For the Greater Good and Texas Campaign for the Environment launched the Fair Water Amendment petition. Our goal is to collect 14,000 signatures from registered voters in Corpus Christi to get this amendment on the ballot so that we can vote for it in November. The Fair Water Amendment basically mandates an end to the drought exemption fees that high-volume water users have been able to pay since 2018. For years, For the Greater Good has been advocating an end to the drought exemption fee. Because our western water reservoirs are more than 90% empty, and because city staff and elected officials are refusing to end the drought exemption, we are taking matters into our own hands. City officials and industry's lapdogs say that if we end the exemption, we could lose out on nearly $6 million a year we get from the exemption fee. But honestly, that's chump change compared to the amount of money we could collect from the drought surcharge fee that exists but that high-volume water users are currently avoiding. Let me use our biggest water customer, Exxon's Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, to illustrate my point. They have the drought exemption. According to a Channel 3 news report from 2024, they used 12.5 million gallons of water a day. That means in 30 days, they would have paid an extra $116,250 to the water department. In a year, that drought exemption fee would have raised less than $1.4 million. But that money is earmarked for future new water projects for industry, like the proposed desal plant or the Evangeline wells. We can't use that money for anything else. According to the drought contingency plan, at drought stage 3, which we've been at for over a year, non-exempt high-volume water users would have to pay a drought surcharge fee of $6 per 1,000 gallons over their allotment, which is 12.9 million gallons a month, or about 450,000 gallons a day. That would come to about $2.2 million in drought surcharge fees per month, or over $26 million in a year. The amount we would collect from the drought surcharge fee in 1 month from Exxon's Gulf Coast Growth Ventures is more than we would collect in a whole year from the drought exemption fee. The drought surcharge fee money isn't restricted the same way the drought exemption fee is. Now, mind you, there are 15 corporations that are paying the 31-cent exemption fee instead of paying the $6 surcharge fee. The Fair Water Amendment proposes to end the drought exemption fee and require industrial users to pay the drought surcharge fee if they go over their monthly allotment. And you don't need to worry about the impact the drought surcharge fees have on Exxon. They can afford it. In 2025, Exxon, the company that owns Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, reported making nearly $29 billion in net profits. The increased water cost is less than 0.1% of their net profits. They can afford such a water bill, and if they don't want to pay that kind of money for their water bill, they can use less water or develop more robust conservation and reuse practices. Either of those options are of great consequences for us. People can go to the Fair Water Amendment, go to fairwateramendment.com or to For the Greater Good group page to see where they can go to sign the petition and get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reza. And that concludes our public comment. I think we have one WebEx. Is she on?
Yes, I believe Ms. Sandra Love Sanchez is online or on the phone. Ms. Sanchez, if you can hear us, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello?
There you go. Hi there, we can hear you. Go ahead and state your name and you can begin your comment.
Yeah, the WebEx is glitchy. It just cut me out. Okay. Sorry about that. Are y'all able to hear me correct?
Yes, we're ready for you.
Oh, okay. My name is Sandra Love Sanchez. I am a founding member of the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, and I'm also the environmental liaison for the Bronco Tribe of Texas. So today I am speaking of our water issues, advancing the contracts, specifically of what we're calling them over here in our groups is desal lock-in contracts. And so what that is going to create a serious risk for our city. as y'all been being told. And I feel that y'all have not used y'all's full authority, and I'll explain that in a few. So the city hasn't used its full authority to manage water use during low water conditions. Desalination is being framed as a solution to water scarcity, but desal does not solve scarcity, it avoids confronting demand. So the problem is not simply that the city lacks water, the problem is how water is being allocated and prioritized. Residents are asked to conserve, pay more, and accept sacrifice while the oil and gas industry continues to rely on expanding supply rather than first reducing demand. So desalination shifts the cost and risk onto communities and ratepayers instead of addressing the imbalance that's happening. So this is backwards. Advancing desal before reductions, caps, or enforceable accountability are in place unnecessarily locks in our city into decades of financial obligation and environmental harm. So there is an immediate alternative available, and I'm going to be sending that to y'all. What our tribe is asking is this council to adopt an immediate ordinance that I will be sending, as I mentioned, and you all will better understand why it's necessary right now. And it's also allowing y'all to use y'all's full authority. It will restrict and prioritize water use now from the heaviest water users. And I understand ordinance can be dissolved and they can be amended. That does not weaken them though. It makes them a precise tool that is urgent right now due to what we're facing. So the ordinance that our tribe has created, it's going to demonstrate this city is exercising its full authority to reduce demand. It's safeguarding the city from foreseeable legal and financial exposure, and it's creating time for us to develop enforceable caps and exemptions while water levels are already low. So failure to leverage a potential ordinance solution now is not, failure to leverage a potential ordinance solution and exercise your full authority is not neutral. It's a decision and it carries consequences. So I'm stating this for public record. If this council continues advancing desalination without using all the available demand reduction authority it has, the city opens itself to liability under state and federal law, including water quality protections, environmental justice obligations, and public trust responsibilities. Once these risks are identified, and they have been already, they're no longer speculative, they're known, you all know. So governmental authority no longer has immunity. There's consequences for knowing what's going to be happening. So proceeding after notices of harm not only transfers the responsibility to the city and the future councils, it also deepens harm to already vulnerable communities.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. That concludes your time.
I'll be sending y'all the ordinance. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, that concludes our list.
Thank you. So we're going to go back to our consent agenda. Items 6, 8, 9, and 10 were pulled. So the first item, number 6, is an ordinance annexing a 109-acre tract of land located along the south side of FM 2444 or Staples Street, and this was pulled by Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, I'm okay with the annexation. However, last week, and Mr. Dice, you were there at the presentation from ESD number 1 at the London Business Association, and they recently annexed a large portion of the London area into their ESD. Does that portion include this tract of land?
I would have to look. I wasn't prepared for that answer, but this will be serviced by CCFD.
Okay, so I looked at the ordinance, and there was no language de-annexing ESD 1 if that was the case. So I don't want to be in the situation like they have up in Northwest Corpus Christi or the Flower Bluff and the island, where they're getting double taxed for emergency services. So I want to make sure that there's language, or is there some sort of amendment that we need to include in the annexation that de-annexes ESD 1 from this property? If not, if that's not the case, then we need, I would postpone this until next week until we can get that language reflective of that, and make sure that we're in the, legal status, and maybe we have comments from Miles on this, but go ahead.
So state law just changed this last legislative cycle that when a city annexes an area that is already covered by an ESD, we have to submit a service plan to the ESD board saying how we will provide service for fire and EMS The ESD board gets to review that plan, and then they see if we can provide equal or greater than coverage. At that point, then the ESD board can remove that land. Otherwise, they have the right with state statute to either continue to have that and tax and service. So state law just recently changed on that.
I understand that, but I know ESD won, and they're going to try and get every cent they can, and they're not going to de-annex voluntarily. Have we had those conversations with ESD1 about this particular property?
Is that we just got notified of that, so we have to now build the service plan to be able to submit to them and be in line with the new state law. So that will be something that we have to work on and submit to them.
Okay, is that something that has to come back to council?
I do not believe that has to come back to council because, again, state law allows us, like if we submit a plan and our response times are not going to be equal to or better, then with state law, they get to have that overlapping jurisdiction in which they can continue to tax and continue to respond even though it's in a city limits.
Okay, so they don't have any fire stations anywhere near this area?
Nope.
So there's no way that that would be the case, that they would have better fire protection. I believe the closest station is 17's to that spot. However, like I said, I don't want to put us in a position where we have to go into a lawsuit or something along those lines.
Yeah, I don't believe so. What we worked with Ryan on with language when this came up and we saw it, one, when we submit that service plan to the ESD board, if they disagree for whatever reason, we also have the right to go to arbitration with it. I don't necessarily see it because it's going to be probably straight up with response times and the service that we provide, you know, ALS, medic units, and fire. But this is going to be probably one of the first in the state in which this new law that took effect is going to be submitted to with the service plan to the ESD to be able to remove that off their taxing in their jurisdiction.
Okay, Mr. Zanoni, on this one, for future ordinances, we need to ensure that we have some sort of language that includes that aspect, especially now since they're now supposed to be covering the London area. You know, I don't want the citizens of District 5 to be double taxed for emergency services.
Right. Okay. Yeah, understood, Councilman. We do have on the agenda that went out for next Tuesday, there's a small parcel being annexed, so we'll have to update that memo for tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. And I'm not opposed to this if they refuse to file a lawsuit on this, because it's wrong to double tax people for the same service.
And again, I think there's a step even before that, which we got written into the law, which was to go to an arbitrator for them to look at what our service plan is and what their service plan would be. So I think there's a step before we get to a lawsuit with that.
Okay, well, like I said, I don't want to have citizens double taxed. Thank you.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 8. This is a resolution authorizing a 3-year service agreement based on a best value proposal with Allied Universal Security Services. And this was Councilman Paxson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Juan Rivera, Interim Director of Asset Management.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. I just had a quick question. I was looking at the evaluation matrix and that first category, minimum qualifications. I noticed that all, with the exception of one check mark on one bidder, all of them had basically the same
Certifications and licenses
but
to
there were
provide security.
only point values issued to one or two. So I was wondering how they were all the same in that category and they didn't get equal weighted points.
So that's just a standard, and I have procurement here, but that's just a standard. Do they meet these qualifications to go into the proposal evaluation process? So that essentially eliminated that one entity didn't have the appropriate licenses and certifications to provide security.
So the first three, all of them are pass in every category. There's no difference because they're pass or fail.
Yes, ma'am.
On the first bidder, the one that we're recommending, they received 5-point value for having all passing scores. The others all received 0.
Yes, ma'am. So that's more of a procurement question for their process. I have procurement here to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Clarissa Johnson, Interim Contracts and Procurement.
Good afternoon.
Could you repeat your question?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm looking at our evaluation matrix.
Yes.
The first category for qualification thresholds under minimum qualifications is a pass or fail score.
Correct.
All of them had almost identical passing scores. There was one discrepancy, but that's not in the top 3.
Right.
All top 3 had identical passing scores.
Yes.
My curiosity is, the company that we're recommending received 5 points for passing all categories. The other 2 with identical check marks did not receive points. So when I drop down to the total points, that's where all of that actually makes a difference.
The 5 points that you're seeing, that is for local preference, I believe.
Yeah, Councilwoman, if you look, it's a smaller graph, so it's a little hard to catch it, but the pass-fail is separated by another brown line, and then local preference is the next category of consideration. And you can get 10 points, up to 10 points if you're local.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the 5 points is not for the pass-fail, it's for local preference.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah.
you just can't clearly see that, but that is
Appreciate
5
that.
points.
Right.
I guess it was covered with a page number. I apologize. My next question, with this being such a large procurement, and I understand this is, asset protection, is the decision to outsource that because of our resources internally? What would be the price difference? Is that we would have to?
That would require a separate cost analysis.
Councilwoman, the city doesn't have, we have our police department, but we don't have security guards in our organization. I don't think many cities do. So the option would be if we wanted to use CCPD as the security guard, the cost would be probably double the amount, maybe more.
Minimum, yeah.
So the option that many cities use is a security service. That's it's a lesser cost to provide similar service.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you for those points.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 9. That is a motion authorizing the approval of change order number 4 with CSA Construction for the Oso Water Reclamation Plant. Who pulled this one? Councilwoman Vaughn?
Good morning. I'm for the project. I hate change orders because it just shoots it up in the roof, so I have some questions. What was the original amount for the project? How much is this adding? And tell me why, because it says the change was due to a conflict between the specifications and the plans. How does that happen?
Now, so there's 3 things that are covered under this change order. Okay. This is a $110 million contract. This is the first change order that's actually changed the contract value. The roof structure of the solids handling building, where we're putting new sludge dewatering equipment in this building, and the structure holding up the roof, structural steel, is highly corroded, and CCW actually is concerned having people work in the building. So this was not included in the scope of work. It was determined during construction that we really have to replace this. It's not just the coating, this is the structure and the entire roof. That's the one part of this. Another part is some piping and one of the basins that was assumed to be okay. After they got it drained during construction, they realized that that needed to be replaced. So that was $688,000 of this. And then we're also replenishing the allowance. This was bid with just a $1 million allowance, which has been used. And so that'll give us some more wiggle room that we can execute change orders without having to come back to council. So all told, the change orders, this change is 3.2% of the contract value. We have a target to try and be under 3%. So we're a little bit over that on this, but on our aggregate, we're averaging like 2.5%.
Okay, are you expecting more change orders then?
Well, we think that allowance would be sufficient to get this to the finish line. So that was the number that we came up with. You know, we've been under construction since mid-2024. So we're kind of familiar with most of what we think might cause problems out there.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Jeff, do you know how old this building is?
I believe 1980.
1980?
Oh, sorry. 2013, he said.
2013 was when this building was constructed?
Yes, that's what they're telling me.
So this building is less than 20 years old, is what you're saying?
Wesley Nepkin, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. Yes, sir, that's my understanding. It was between 2010 and 2013 when we researched it that the building was constructed.
So we're replacing a 13-year-old building?
Yes, and I think Jeff could speak, it's the roof structure of the building, and Jeff, I think, can speak to.
Well, so what we suspect is going on there. So since about that time, about 2013, we have been doing breakpoint chlorination over there to meet permit, which we're using chemical because the plant itself couldn't reduce the ammonia to the levels required by the permit. Now they're using that recycled water in the sludge dewatering process, and the feeling is that the off-gassing of the high chlorine that we're putting in the effluent is what's accelerated the corrosion of the steel in that structure.
Okay, so when was this initially noticed that the corrosion was being created by the process? Because the reason I ask this, and this is kind of the crux of what I've been fighting for my entire time on council, is having a preventive maintenance program so you don't have these kind of issues where we're having to replace a 13-year-old building or a roof structure that could have been, maintained with some sort of sealants or coatings so we wouldn't have this issue. So now we're going to spend $3 million on a change order to replace a roof that's, less than, that's 13 years old.
So, Councilman, my understanding is even during the engineering inspection process, it wasn't seen because the current coatings, the paint on the structure itself was hiding the corrosion that occurred in the roof structures. So when they went to sandblast and start cleaning this to prep it for the actual work that was to be done, the new roof system that was going to go on, that's when it became obvious. So it wasn't something that was overtly noticeable prior to this happening. Now, to your point, they did, when the chlorine process went into place, the breakpoint chlorination, they realized that this was going to be a problem. And in 2018, they did actually install a potable water system to do the rinse down to try to eliminate the use of that reclaimed water in that system to keep that off-gassing from happening.
Okay, but I'm looking at the pictures. Was this sandblasted on the inside of the building? I mean, because this doesn't look like it was been sandblasted to where this wouldn't have been exposed and shown.
I'm not. My understanding. I didn't.
Can you show the presentation on page 6 or 5 and 6? 4, 5, and 6? Okay, go to page 5. I mean, I don't think that looks pretty obvious to me.
That's from corrosion it depends on the level of corrosion again. And that's what my understanding was, is when they started, that's when they noticed it. The corrosion at this point, what you're looking at there are the roof panels though, not the roof structure. So that's why we're replacing the roof panels. That was part of the project to begin with.
Well, you can see the structure.
And you can see some corrosion on the bars as well. And you're right, it probably, it needs more maintenance, and that's where we want to get to have more maintenance contracts on these buildings.
Okay.
To be able to do this work.
I get that, but is that going to be included once this gets replaced? Because I don't want to have to do this again. Because, and you're talking to an old Navy guy.
Right.
You know, we used to have an old saying, well, once over rust, twice over dirt. Just, it's a joke. But you got to do some, you got to paint on a regular basis to make sure you don't have that kind of corrosion and it comes up.
You're exactly right, and that's one reason we asked for those additional employees in the last budget session that we were able to get. That's one of the main functions of that group, is going to be sealing.
Well, this could be contracted as well. That's not.
It could.
Okay, but it has to be planned.
Yes, sir.
You have to have it in Maximo to have some sort of corrosion preventative maintenance. So, I mean, we're not replacing a building, a roof every 13,
Yes, sir.
This is not, this is an unacceptable kind of thing. This could have been seen. Did anybody report this beforehand?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay, well, I'd actually like to see it, whatever kind of plan you have in Maximo to put the corrosion prevention, whether it's repainting it every, if you know the process is corrosive to your building, you need to have that something in place every 5 years or every so often. You have to make that determination. I can't make that determination for you, but you can't do this again.
Right, and we've already corrected the process. That's, where we went to the potable system to try to remove that break point chlorination.
You're right on the coast. We're in a salty environment. You're going to have that corrosion regardless on metal structure, whether you have a process in there or not. You still need to have preventive maintenance on any kind of metal structure where you have where you're dealing with water or salt water or liquids.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'll entertain we have a motion. Did we have a second? Please submit your vote. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the motion carries. And our last item pulled is item number 10. That is a motion authorizing change order number 4 for JE Construction Services for the Yorktown Boulevard, Rodfield Road to Oso Creek Bridge Project. And who pulled, Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you, Mayor. My question's pretty much on the same line as the other one with $900,000 in a change order. So maybe some description on the percentage of the project. What we missed, this is a section, it's describing where the change order is, where the lane is going into the next section of the road. I feel like that was fairly, comprehensible in the initial part of the project, so I was just curious on the change order.
Sure. So the percentage question, it's 3.6% of the total project value. And the thing that necessitated the change, so in parallel with construction of this project, TxDOT has been designing the replacement of that bridge. And they're finalizing those plans, and they're going to be putting it out for bid in the next couple of months. And that design is going to widen the bridge. It's also going to raise the bridge. So that's information that we didn't have when we developed our plans for the project that's currently under construction. So we're making modifications to that design to make that connect better with the new bridge. And it's requiring some changes to grading, drainage, slope protection, things like that. That's the largest part of that. And the other is some changes at Fred's Folly to accommodate some changes that were just recently voted on to keep that on the UTP, so that rather than being a T intersection the way we have it designed currently in the plans, it's going to be a four-way intersection. So we've got to add signal heads for the north approach and putting in a right turn lane to go north because there'll be more traffic once we get that connected across the creek, Fred's Folly.
So is this a product of updated standards and policies? Because I would think when we go out to bid for a project, we have in mind what we're looking to create with that road. And now it sounds like we're widening, changing for more anticipated traffic. So just kind of curious where the delta.
Well, so I'm assuming that TxDOT is doing this for good reasons. Now, TxDOT could have designed the bridge at the same grade. Now, my guess, and Public Works could answer this better than I can, is that they're trying to increase the elevation so you have less risk from wave impact on the bridge. But we didn't have that information at the time that we completed these drawings and let this contract. So we are trying to make these things so they will meet together, even though they were started at different times.
I appreciate the forethought. Okay, well, thank you for answering those questions. I make a motion to approve.
Councilman Cantu?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna be really nice. I just don't understand all these change orders. Once again, it's no different from me hiring somebody in my home to replace a roof, and they come back and say, "Hey, it's gonna cost another $3,000." I mean, I just wish, what can we do in these contracts for them not to come back with change orders? Like, give us a bid, and this is how much it's gonna cost.
Well, so in your example, if you ask the guy to do your roof, and then you turn around and say, "Oh, I also want the garage," and that wasn't part of his original proposal to you, and surely he's going to expect additional compensation for that, and you should expect to pay that.
But when we get these projects to get bid on, we don't know what we want?
We nailed down exactly what we want. But what's happened in this case, we've changed our mind on what we want the contractor to provide based on what TxDOT's doing with the design of the bridge replacement. So that's what's necessitating these changes.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, I don't have an issue with TxDOT in the sense that, they're paying for 90% of that bridge, so I'm not going to complain too much about the change there. But I'm a little kind of disappointed that we didn't plan the intersection at Fred's Folly to the master plan, and now we're having to do a change order because we didn't plan to the master plan. And we had this discussion that if we would have followed the master plan as it was stated, we wouldn't have had this change order.
Well, I'll start this up. So part of this would have been the responsibility of the land developer when they developed. And then there was question about whether that was going to connect through. When we do these projects, we usually don't add driveways for proposed development. So the way that the plans were bid, that was a T intersection, and you had signal faces on three sides. So in consultation with Public Works, I'm going to let them help address this. We're adding the additional signal face and putting a right turn lane in because you'll have more traffic there than you would have just with that local development, because you'll have probably also traffic going across the bridge into the development on the north.
Yeah, so we couldn't anticipate when the development was going to be completed in conjunction with the Yorktown design. We couldn't have that information in advance. But yes, we also didn't know if y'all were going to approve the UTP amendment or not, based on some of the previous discussion that we had here at council. But to Jeff's point is we don't plan bond projects with roadway master plans in them if they're not developed yet or anywhere near that. because we would end up having openings to nowhere, and you could potentially have a right turn lane to nowhere if you waited too long for that development. So I think the long story short, sir, is we're not that good.
Okay.
I would like to add something on that. So we did feel like there was some benefit, and some of this construction would have been the responsibility of the developer. And we engaged with him. We got him to commit to contribute $50,000 to help offset some of that Fred's Folly cost.
Okay, I just, it seems like we want to make sure that we're planning for future mobility in these kind of projects. So I maybe take a look at your process on how you do that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on item number 10. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. And that takes us to section K, that's public hearings. Item number 24 is an ordinance adopting the Padre Mustang Island Mobility Plan as an element of Corpus Christi's comprehensive plan. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on item number 24? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Debbie Marchant, and I think I'm in District 4 in Corpus Christi. I live on the island. I'm a bicyclist, and I am very concerned that if we don't create a mobility plan and implement it, we are going to have more dead children, more dead people. There are children right now riding vehicles on the island that do not have a driver's license. They are not picked up. They're riding the wrong way. They're riding 3 abreast, which is against the state law of Texas. Bicyclers can only ride 2 abreast. So we need to do something. I'm for it. It needs to be throughout the whole entire island, though, not just a few roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, Cheryl Segrist, District 4. I'm in complete support of this, as I've spoken before about other projects on the island. Just the safety for our kids and adult bikers and scooters and golf carts and everything. I'm excited about this plan. I know it's been worked on for a very long time, and it's time to get something moving. And I'm excited to see even the future of this plan as it continues to go throughout the years. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next, we'll go to section L, which is individual consideration items, numbers 25 and 26. Item number 25 is a resolution authorizing execution of a groundwater rights purchase and sale agreement with ERF Real Estate, Inc. to purchase 2,478.69 acres of groundwater with access rights, 6 water wells, and pipeline easements in the amount of $28 million. Mr. Winkleman.
Good afternoon. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. I would like to go through the presentation. So the overview of the agreement is fundamentally the purchase of groundwater rights beneath approximately 2,500 acres of land. This is located in Nueces County, and it is located adjacent to the Western well field. The purchase itself will continue to support our strategic plan of the diversification of our water supply portfolio by adding to our ability to develop groundwater resources. The agreement itself conveys from the Ed Rochelle Foundation to the city groundwater rights, including existing and future infrastructure. One of the things I do want to point out, the picture on the right is the property itself. The lines in white are existing roads. Those are very important and critical when developing a project site. Additionally, there is 1 production well on site that will be conveyed to the city, and the seller has also agreed to drill 5 additional production wells. Power is to the site to supply those 6 wells. also. The agreement is for a fixed purchase price of $28 million. There will be earnest money due of $200,000, and the city has negotiated basically a one-year deferment of the final cost of $27.8 million. So that is due 1 year from the date of closing. I'd like to talk a little bit about the hydrology and the conditions and the importance of this site. One thing to note is the picture on the right. That is, it's a contour map, but it shows the location of groundwater availability where the water is less than 3,000 total dissolved solids. As you know, the eastern well field, that property has TDS approximately 3,300 or so. Our western well field, the TDS ranges in the wells that we've drilled so far, approximately 1,600 TDS with the highest about 1,780 plus or minus TDS, markedly better. The work that has been done by our hydrogeologists in Terra Incorporated, and specifically Steve Young, shows that the western well field and this adjacent property is critical to providing low TDS water in Nueces County. And I do apologize about the size of the letter on the left, but that's a letter from our hydrologist, Steve Young. With the data that's available from our western well field, all of his historical resources, he is comfortable in saying that the well can provide 15 million gallons a day. I'm sorry, the property can provide 15 million gallons a day. One thing that I do want to say is Interra is building a robust model. They continue to do so. And every time a well is drilled and aquifer tests are conducted, that data is supplied to Interra so that they can update the model. Those numbers more than likely will change in a positive manner. I do know that Steve Young, by nature, is conservative as well. I feel strongly that those numbers will increase. The next thing I would like to talk about is the area geology and the area wells. So the graphic on the left, you've seen this before. It shows the geologic formations of the area. A couple of things I would like to point out. Typical wells in the area target what's called the Lissy Formation. That's at a depth of about 250 feet, 250 to 300 feet. The wells that we have constructed in the western well field and that would be planned on this property target basically the lower Willis and the upper Goliad into the Evangeline Formation. These wells have a total depth of 820 to 840 feet. The map on the right, it doesn't look like much, and there's a reason for that. The map on the right is the plot of all the area wells that target formations below 500 feet. So this is using the data from the Texas Water Development Board. And why is that important? It's important because we have made a conscious decision to target the lower portions of the aquifer, in other words, that upper Evangeline portion. We are cased to 500 to 540 feet. It's cemented casing, and it's cased into confining clay layers that separate us from the upper aquifer. So if you notice, there's actually 3 wells on this map. The western well field is highlighted there in red. The blue line at the top, of course, is the Nueces River. There is one well on the top left of the drawing. It has a depth of 754 feet. That is a well that the city of Corpus Christi drilled in the 80s. We investigated that well early 2025, and the well had collapsed on itself and wasn't usable. Since then, as part of our program, we have properly sealed and abandoned that well. The next well is 835 feet. It is on the north side of the river. It's in San Patricio County. That well was also drilled by the city of Corpus Christi and is no longer in use. There is a well that is 650-foot depth, and that's in the bottom portion of the map itself. The well is, we have the information from the Texas Water Development Board. I cannot tell you if the well is currently being utilized or not. Something we will investigate. But the intent is, of this page is to show that the area wells are clearly in the 250 to 300 foot range. We are firmly cased below that, and we are targeting the lower formations. The wells are being designed using geophysical logging, which you can see here. Each well has a set of geophysical logs done that helps us identify the clay layers so that we can properly design where that casing is installed. This drawing itself just shows that we are sealed and cemented to a minimum depth of 500 feet on these wells, safely separating our production wells from the area livestock and residential wells. As I stated earlier, the modeling will continue to be updated. We have an ongoing contract with Interra. Every time we do an aquifer test, pumping test, that is submitted to Interra to update their model. Currently, there are 4 monitoring wells in the western well field. More are planned. And then likewise, in this adjacent property, we will have additional monitoring wells also. That is important so that we can keep an eye on the aquifer conditions, properly track it, properly report it. I would like to say that we do have area well owners participating in our voluntary program as well. This allows us to track the water levels further in the aquifer that are outside of our specific project boundaries. Subsidence is talked about a lot, and we understand its importance. Interra Incorporated is developing our subsidence program. The picture on the right will be a subsidence monitoring station that we will install in both the western and any new well fields in Nueces County, including the eastern well field. Interra is currently in the process of selecting locations for these permanent sites. And again, like I've said previously, subsidence is not a one report and you submit it and you walk away. We need to monitor it and track it. And just another, I talked a little bit about this, but our well monitoring program, this is a voluntary program. It certainly helps us understand the aquifer, track any potential changes. It helps us to work with area well owners to help them understand how to protect their assets. We are also providing, we'll take water quality tests and share that with them as well. It's not on the slide, but the importance of this agreement is critical. It's critical to the diversification of our water supply portfolio. It's critical as we move towards a time period of the year where we are missing our chances for rainfall. I've got a lot of great slides later on my water supply briefing, but all of that is just meant to underscore how important the area is. The location is important, and it's important for our 7 counties and our 500,000 people who utilize our water every single day. And with that, I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Nick. Councilman Boyd.
Earlier during public comment, there was one of the comments was made that talked about that we didn't do a hydrology study, and that they're also talking about, if I using our heart, or using our head, not our heart, or combination of both, or something of that nature. And what I want to make sure that I understand is that you're talking about the depth of the wells that we're drilling, and you show the 3 wells that have been drilled in the past with over 500 feet, right? So currently, anyone that has reported an issue with a well that's on their property right now, what was the average depth of that well, or has anybody reported it? I'm pretty sure there has been, but.
So what I can say is there have been no substantiated issues, and I do want to let everyone know the Western well field is not in operation.
Right.
We are not pumping. The only pumping we're doing on the Western well field is the aquifer test and the pumping test. After a well is drilled, we conduct an aquifer test. One thing that I do know that the voluntary members of the program, those wells are 250 to 300 feet deep, and we've checked those wells. We have checked those wells during those aquifer tests and pumping tests, and we have not seen a change in the water level itself.
Okay, and then I know that there was coverage that talked a little bit about the levels of arsenic and the TCEQ and that reported that. And then I know that we were going to go out with a follow-up test, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe you're going to discuss this later on. But what was the outcome of that?
Absolutely. So and I'm just going to, it's a precursor to the water supply update. I want to give you the latest and greatest information. So we're committed to quarterly testing for arsenic. Recently, the tests were conducted last week. Those are our most recent tests. And what I can share with you is of all the wells that we tested in the eastern well field, those are under operation, right? There was one well that was 0.01, and of course over 0.01 TC, the recommended level is 0.01 milligrams per liter or parts per million. All the other wells that we tested were 0.0047, 0.0064, 0.0046. They were at levels where it gets very hard for the lab to detect. The other thing that I would like to say is the arsenic levels in the treated water at Owen Stevens is essentially a non-detect. It was recorded at less than 0.00093 milligrams per liter. The other interesting thing, that came out in my memo earlier this week, is we've seen higher arsenic levels in the lakes and at different spots along the river.
So this question is directed to Peter then. Are we doing anything in terms of educating the community to let them know our findings and that, and just kind of do whatever we can do to, because it's clearly that people get information from everywhere, and I know that during public comment we cannot basically comment on their comment. But are we doing anything right now to make sure that we're educating and that we're doing the things to dispel some of those rumors?
Right, we will be doing more education. So we just got the numbers last week, Friday. And so Nick will work with his communications team and Elisa in our communications department to get these messages out. I personally met Saturday with the general manager of the Robstown Water District and informed him of these results. And so he'll begin to get that word out to his people as well.
And of course, we're going to go back to the TCEQ and show them our findings also.
Correct.
And I think it's important. I mean, I think it's important for the citizens of Corpus Christi, but in this particular case, I think it's also that we need to make sure we communicate with our adjacent communities that do receive water, and not only with Corpus Christi, but if we can communicate with them.
Right, we agree.
Okay.
We agree. And the message is, Councilman, that the wells that we have along the Nueces River there's non-detect, meaning there's trace amounts, not even, it's de minimis amounts of arsenic, well below any level to be concerned about.
Oh, and that's why I wanted to take a moment and discuss it here too, because I'm hoping that anybody that's watching will have the ability to listen and hear firsthand where we're at.
Correct.
So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Remind me one more time, how many water wells we're going to drill from here?
So it's yet to be determined. One thing that I do want to say is the seller or the owner of the property has committed to providing 6 wells, conveying 6 wells to the city of Corpus Christi. 1 has been drilled to date, so it's 5 more. I would anticipate that we'll utilize the input from Intera. I would anticipate that the city possibly drill, 6+ wells.
So
It depends on the results.
So altogether about 11 to 12 wells on the ranch?
Oh, well, you got the 6. If you're counting the 6, add another 6, 12, and it could be a couple more than that, Councilman.
Okay, so, and whose ranch is this again?
So the property owner is the Ed Rochelle Foundation.
Right. And they're really good partners. They do a lot for this community. My concerns are, we told the public that we're not going to drill any more wells. And that's what I told the residents from that area, when they were concerned. That's just where I'm at, is that I don't want them not to trust me, because I tell them one thing and then I do a different thing, What happens, we drill all these wells in that area, and their water wells, the ranchers, the residents there, goes dry. Just worst case scenario. What happens if they go dry? Are we gonna help them out? Are we gonna provide them water somehow, some way? Just curious.
Yeah, so one thing that and this is important for that voluntary program, because we want to understand where the nearby wells are that are proximal to the well field, correct? And we want to understand, get the baseline data, so as the well field comes online, we can show if there's no effects or potential effects, so that they can be mitigated. The voluntary program, CCW is committed to helping the well owners, but we all want to make sure we get that baseline data so that we understand where they're at right now.
Nick, can you talk a little bit about the monitoring wells? Because that will inform you, tell the councilman about, you will be putting in additional monitoring wells, and what do those do?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we talk about, I'm glad we brought this up. So we talk about monitoring wells a lot. A monitoring well is essentially a very small well. It doesn't have a pump in it, but it allows the ability to record water levels in the aquifer. Typically what's done, and what our plan is to install pressure transducers in those monitoring wells, and they will collect continuous data that is fed to us so we can understand real time what's going on. The location of the monitoring wells is provided in conjunction with work with our hydrogeologist. And essentially, we want to make sure we put those in key areas of our property so that we can better track the location of the aquifer. That contour map I showed you earlier, it shows it doesn't always make sense to just surround your property in monitoring wells. You want to put those in good locations as it relates and coordinates with the aquifer.
But I don't think you answered my question. If something happens to the ranchers and the public out there on their personal wells, are we going to help them?
So the answer is yes. Okay. But I want to show how important it is. We want to make sure that it's that the effects are understood and documented. For instance, hypothetically, if someone called us today and said, I'm having an issue with my well, and it's right next to your western well field, and we're not pumping it, how do you document that?
I get it. Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. And then, are we going to be pumping water from these wells for a long time. I mean, what's our game plan?
Yeah.
I get it, we need to get other stuff online and we need rain, but is this gonna be like a forever thing, or if our lakes get filled up and we get desal, or are we gonna keep those for emergencies only? What's our game plan?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So our game plan is just that we are gonna bring new water supply projects online so that we can diversify our portfolio. So that includes surface water, groundwater, it includes effluent reuse, and it includes seawater. Once we have a diversified portfolio, we can manage all of the supplies conjunctively and operate them in a responsible manner. For example, once the western reservoirs recover, that is essentially our most cost-efficient water.
Yes, sir.
Right, and we have a responsibility of the ratepayers to keep the rates reasonable. So we would manage the resource, utilize that water, and use less groundwater. So we've got to have the ability to manage that. In some months you'll use it more, some months you won't use it at all.
Yeah.
I always tell everyone we will absolutely continue to maintain the assets. We do have to operate wells and pumps on a maintenance basis. But that doesn't mean when you have all your sources online that you would use it nonstop. No one wants to do that. But intermittently, we have to have it available.
In plain English, because I don't understand a lot of these engineer talks and stuff about the water down there, but do we have enough water down there? Do we have a lot of water?
So I've seen multiple reports, and the Evangeline Aquifer in Nueces County is estimated at, I think it was 42 trillion gallons of water, which means that the rates we're pumping, you're looking at thousands and thousands of years. Forgive me, I don't have that math mapped out. However, I do want to remind everyone that we're not looking to pump this at its max 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Mm-hmm. In the future, we do not want to do that, but we are dealing with historic drought. We're dealing with surface reservoirs that are rapidly declining, and we need to bring on diversified water supplies.
Yeah. I think that's all the questions I have right now. I do want to support this, and I do thank you for all your hard work. And Peter, I mean, you guys are trying to find water before November, and I just have concerns because I did tell a lot of people in those town hall meetings that we're not going to drill anymore, and it's hard for me to go back on my word and just tell them, hey, you know what, change your plans, we're going to do it, because I think those people in that area deserves honesty and deserve the city to tell them the truth and be transparent with them. So it's a hard decision, but I might have some more questions in a little bit. Thank you.
Peter, would you address, because I understand, and it's come up before, that you had said prior, I don't know how many months ago it was, but address that, because I think it's important, you, all of us, will have or do have that question posed.
Right, so I personally made that statement, and the councilman was there as well as Councilwoman Vaughn and Councilman Scott. We were up in the Robstown area with a concerned group of citizens, probably about 200 people, late last fall. And they were concerned about our well fields, our eastern, and we had the western one planned, and they said, are you going to be drilling any more wells? At the time, we thought that we would be okay and wouldn't have to drill anymore. And the reason we thought we would be okay is because, one, Lake Texana had no issues. So our western reservoir, our eastern reservoir, if you will, was in good shape. And it was raining over there. At the time, also, we had a few months left in winter and the January, February time frame for rain. And so, and Evangeline was moving along in good shape. So we thought that we could make that statement, and I made it. And it was based on evidence that I had at the time, which is eastern reservoirs are fine. The eastern reservoirs were fine. We had rain chances. Evangeline was coming along nicely. So we thought, yes, we won't be drilling any more wells. Now, fast forward to today, which is 4 months later, and the scenario is much different. The eastern reservoirs are in bad shape, and they're worried, the operators. We didn't get rain for 4 months. Evangeline's slowing a little bit, and we need more water. And so I have to change my position. Nobody likes to go back on their word. But as I've said to media outlets, it's a heavy burden to provide water. And sometimes going back on your word is, nobody wants to do that. But we also don't want to run out of water. And I don't want us to go into curtailment. And when they say, why are you going into curtailment? It can't be, well, I made a promise that we wouldn't drill any more wells. So that's where we're at. That's the best justification I can give on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I've got a lot to say, and you're not going to like it, any of it. First off, this plan has been going on for a long time. You don't get roads built out the Ed Rochelle property overnight. This has been going on for a long time. He was approached months ago by someone sitting up here and a previous employee to do wells. So this is not anything new. So if we're going to sit here and say, no, it wasn't planned, it was planned, and Mr. Sinoni may have not known about it, but there's others that knew about it. So that was going on, so it's just the wrong thing to do. You know, trust is something you earn, and your word means something. My word means something, and when Mr. Sinoni said that to them, I took that as truth, and I'm not going to vote for this. And someone came up here a while ago and said, Susie, that you have to take care of the people of Corpus Christi. No, you have to take care of the people of Corpus Christi and also your surrounding areas. We provide water to counties. They matter as much as we do. So this is wrong. What I want to ask you is, where are the reports that say this little letter, we should have had it printed out, Nick, I'm sorry, so we could read it. Because where is the report from Steve Young that says, I looked at everything, subsidence, production, everything. Where is that report that tells us it's not going to harm them?
So I will absolutely get you copies of the letter, absolutely.
Does it say that?
It says that the estimate is 15 million gallons per day, and it says that all of the data as it is obtained should be sent to Interra to further update the model, and that recommendations will be made on well placement, monitoring well locations, subsidence locations, so that we can continue to track and manage the aquifer.
And I get that. But we're doing this backwards, just like we did with the desal. We should have done the far-field model first before we jumped into the prices for desal. To me, we're doing the exact same thing. There is not enough data to tell us that it's not going to harm the ranchers, the farmers, huge communities out there. And they're part of our economic development people, too. I mean, they help us in our... Just think about the food the farmers do, the ranchers. I mean, it's like we're just kind of pushing them aside and say they don't matter. They do matter, and our word matters, and we have not done the studies to justify this. And this was being done, just like I said before, so this was planned. You can't tell me it was not. It's wrong how we're going about it. And who is ever going to trust us to think that we're going to go out there and we're only going to do just a little bit for an emergency? You're talking about a 5-acre a facility out here on a 5-acre. What are you building out there?
The potential plan would be to add a pump station.
Yeah.
So we can transmit water without having to go to the river.
And that's a lot of money for a temporary thing, isn't it?
So what I've said, if we go back to what I've said, is the importance of having this as part of our water supply options and our diversified portfolio, so that we can manage it. Again, we're not going to utilize this every day once other sources have recovered, but I feel it's important for the city and its 7 counties and its 500,000 people to have options to provide water in the future, so the area, the coastal bend, is sustainable.
And I agree, and I think all the more options we have, but we don't want to cause a problem by trying to solve one, because we did that already with Robstown. So we're paying 1.7 for an intermittent line because we did that then. And to me, we're doing the same thing. And you said, he asked you how many wells, you said yet to be determined. That's scary to me, yet to be determined, because you really don't know. Y'all could do 6, you could do 15, you could do 20. We don't know, and we don't know how long you're going to do it. Are you going to do it 3 years? If the drought lasts 3 years, is that what we're going to do? We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns, and I don't see anything that tells me that Steve Young said, okay, go for it. There's not going to be any subsidence. You're not going to harm the farmers, the ranchers, the community. I don't see that.
I will share that letter with you, and we'll get it to you by the end of
Okay, well, can you read exactly to me what it says?
So one thing that I do want to say is there was one comment, it wasn't made by you, Councilwoman, but it may have been public comment about the importance of science.
Yes.
All of this is based on it. The data that we're that we're obtaining every time we drill a well, the modeling that Steve Young is doing, the investment we're making, the city is making in monitoring wells and future subsidence equipment, all of that is data driven. And to date, we have not seen any impacts as we do those aquifer tests on those wells.
And I get that, and I applaud you for that, because that's the right thing to do. But my concern is you can't just keep doing it and adding wells out there. This is not a lot of property. You're talking about 2,500 acres, and putting that many wells on 2,500 acres, totally different than Evangeline. That's like 28,000. There's a huge difference in what we're doing there and what we're doing here. I just have really some concerns, and I'm disappointed that we have not gotten the science that I think we should have to have before we start doing it on another area. And let me ask you this, he's already drilled one well out there. Is it in production?
So they've drilled one well. We do have the geophysical logs, and we don't control when or when they don't run it. I mean, that's their well.
Okay, so it could be going in the river right now.
I can't comment what's happening today.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it could be. It could be going into the river. It could have been going in the river all along, and we didn't know.
There's their well, their operation.
I know.
So like I said, I can't comment on that. What I can comment is everything that we're operating, and in the future, when those wells are conveyed to CCW, I can actually, to the city of Corpus Christi, I can actually comment on what's running and what isn't running.
And I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing you for what you're doing, because I think you're trying to do the right thing. And I know that we're desperate right now, basically, but when people are desperate, they do stupid things. And I don't want us to do something stupid. Well, I went blank. Oh, I know what it is. $28 million. Where y'all gonna get that money at?
Yeah, so, I appreciate you asking that. So what the plan is, of course, we've got the $200,000 option fee, right, which is due. It'll be due after, if the project is approved. What we have negotiated is the $27.8 million due 1 year after the closing of the contract. What's going to happen is, as part of the presentation of the capital plan for next year, that number will actually be included in there. There is a capital project for the Nueces groundwater program. So we'll have to update that, because that money essentially would be due next fiscal year. So we plan for that. And then, of course, that results in revenue bonds, and it will result in a rate impact. Yes.
Yes, that's the big question. And we don't know how much that rate impact is yet, do we?
We went over Friday. We had council briefings Friday and went over that.
Okay. What is that?
Yeah, so the costs, and I want to bring Camille up so I don't give the wrong numbers, but he can provide the cost per 1,000 gallons, and then the potential rate impact for the residential customer who uses 6,000 gallons of water. We've also ran impacts to commercial and large volume users as well. So if we could just give Camille a minute to bring it up, he will absolutely do so.
Thank you.
Is that with the treatment, Camille, or just the raw water?
So I'm going to provide with the treatment. I can break it out individually for just so if we talk about the land purchase, the $28 million, we do also include that there's going to be a conveyance line to bring that water to ONS. and a treatment for that. If you take all of that cost into account, you're looking at a 52-cent increase to the raw water rate, which equates to a $3 per month increase. But this includes the full conveyance line and the brackish reverse osmosis.
Okay, so if they go back and they drill, you're saying that he's going to drill the 5 wells at his cost? Are we paying for that? Are they just drilling
it's
them?
just, yes.
Yeah, they are completely covering the costs of that, of the infrastructure, and they're conveying it to.
Okay, so if we drill more wells, it's going to be at our cost. And we know at the river what they cost about $1 million a piece, which was ridiculous. It shouldn't have cost that, but that's what, $2 million a piece. Was that what it was?
No, so no, let's back up a little bit. So on the, in the Nueces groundwater project, the cost for a well, which is a 20-inch outer casing cemented to approximately 520 feet, it's a 14-inch production screen and casing. It's a 26-inch under-reamed hole, plus with a full stainless steel pump and components, that costs us approximately, including the pump, $1.5 million.
Okay, and I know we were able to get money from the state. I know that, but.
Correct. $30 million from the state went to that program.
Okay, I know y'all are doing the best you can do, I know that, but I just on record, I'm not going to support this because I think it's foolish to go in to do that, and we don't know what's going to happen with the subsidence to the people that are out there. I think it's the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we were briefed on the cost of the water for 1,000 usage for each different plant. I don't know when the public is going to receive that, but I thought that was like the most important thing is, how much is all this costing? And I think we also expressed that and I guess we're finally going to be getting that, which is I want to see a table of all these, plants. I mean, we've got so many different scenarios going on, and we want to make sure that we're keeping up with our water demand and our water, costs, per 1,000 gallon. But one of the main thing that for me, I really am into customer service, and I've had, a couple of people call me and tell me and say, well, I called 311 and I'm on hold, so again, this is serious. If people are calling about something happening out there with their groundwater and they're calling the 311 or they're calling the 826 number for the city and they're having to wait all that time, is it possible that we can have a dedicated line just for that? Or is that something that, we can fix? Is that even possible?
Sure, Councilwoman. So what I can tell you is there is a hotline number for the voluntary well program. It's 826-1600.
I just Googled it and I didn't see, because that's what I do. I went ahead and did a City of Corpus Christi water hotline. And it only comes up with the city water, and that's it.
Right. And one thing that we've talked about in the past, it is very important to use that 311 because when that happens, a work order is initiated. The work orders are in Maximo or how CCW conducts its work. So that's very critical.
The 826 number is on our website, Nick, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's in my presentation.
Right, but if you go to the website under wells and you just drill down, it's clearly there, right?
Correct.
So so just for clarification, there is a separate number just for the wells, for issues with the wells.
Yeah, I do want to say that is manned during normal business hours.
That's not good enough.
Yeah, the answer is yes, Councilwoman. There was that separate line, the 826-1600 is just for the wells program.
But it's only like from 8 to 5 if it happens.
Well, then there's recordings, so they leave messages and check them first thing in the morning.
Okay. I think we need to do a better job with that, but again, I am looking forward, to that other presentation that we had Friday, so I believe that's going to be next week. Is that? We haven't. The breakdown?
We haven't discussed that. It's exactly where it's going to land, if it's going to be next week or whatever. That's why we went over it with council last week.
But the public needs to know.
I understand.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. This is an item that, of course, is very difficult. Most of these projects are, we really have all had to balance the concerns and the needs of our neighboring communities and the fact that we're responsible to supply a lot of water to this region. And so I think what we're hearing is certainly that it's not lost on us that these are really hard decisions. And what I'm hearing and seeing from the presentation and from the conversations on the council is we're very interested in measures to prevent negative impact. We want to help this area by reducing that impact and being proactive and active should something negative occur, which again is our priority to avoid those situations. I'm appreciative that we continue to underscore that the entire wells operations are temporary. They are items that we would use for emergencies. And looking through the documentation that's provided here, seeing that we have proposed various measures to follow through on that project. And, I sympathize and feel for Councilwoman Vaughn because she's so closely connected to this area, and I value that passion that she articulates for it. And it's a really hard spot, but we have had to find measures to solve this water crisis and prevent curtailment. And as much as in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to interrupt or pursue more water from these areas and take these measures, there's not a realistic way that presents water in an immediate yield other than these. And so this is, to me, really, we have to move forward with items to prevent the curtailment until we get long-term items in place. I'm very interested in supporting our measures that assure these areas that this does remain utilized intermittently, utilized for an emergency. So I appreciate that that's included in these packets today. And of course, anything as we go through this process that we can do to continue that, I'll be a huge supporter of. So thank you to what you've presented today and for finding a way to provide the water we need. So thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, first of all, thank you for the arsenic testing information. I thought that was a great line of questioning. I think we need to share that with the public. I get that today's Tuesday after the Friday, but that concern resonated with me, and I saw that you were doing the testing, so I'm excited. I want to encourage you to educate the public in a proper manner that says, hey, we get it. We did the test. This is where we're at. And, so thank you for that. So what impact could, random thought just came to me. When you did the math, 52 cents per thousand, what was the production number?
Oh, it's 15 mg.
You used 15.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's been talk about up to 28, right? There have been conversations, or some of your, maybe I'm making that up, but I just want to make sure that it was that number and not a higher number, and then we end up using less, and then it's higher than 52 cents per thousand.
Correct.
Tell me the timeline of bringing that water online and how it impacts the movement of the level 1 water emergency on our windshield.
Yeah, on our dashboard. Absolutely.
I'll get the name someday.
Yeah. So currently our projected date of level 1 water emergency is November of 2026. That is a date when we are 180 days away from not having enough water to meet our demand. Okay? So if one thing then, and we'll talk about it later in the water supply update, that does include some minimum inflows into our western reservoirs
But it's like last year's inflow.
Yeah,
right?
and we're not getting that this year, so that is concerning. But if the Western well field comes online in May, and again, this is not the new property purchase, but if the Western well field comes online in May of this year, May of 2026, that would push the date back from November 2026 to May of 2027.
Okay.
And that's an estimated date, and essentially it you know, time is very critical. Time is pressuring all of us right now. Any time that we can gain some time on our side is very critical.
And if we're targeting the 15 ERF MGD, when does that come online, and how does that impact the level 1 water emergency date?
So it will definitely push it back. I don't have estimates yet on when it comes online. We will, depending upon the vote today, we'll work fast and furious on that. And then we'll provide more engineering resources to get that done, mapped, and planned out. Additionally, we'll get more input from Carollo, which is our modeler for the water supply dashboard. But if you add 15 MGD, you know, you would expect it to be pushed back another couple of months or so.
Yeah, it's all about buying time.
Yeah.
You know, till the other projects come online or the good Lord sends us rain.
Right. The only thing that solves the issue is a diversified water supply.
Right.
So we need to buy time till we get there.
And tell me again the TDS in the ERF well field?
Oh, so the one well that they drilled, that was measured approximately 1680 TDS.
And what's our eastern well field?
Eastern well field is 3,300, so it's about half the total.
So would the game plan be potentially to, if we did do the ERF and the water does come online, to initially put water in the river or not? Because you could put ERF water in and back off on the eastern well field and theoretically, right, have less TDS in the river?
Yeah, one thing that I do want to remind all of you is the eastern well field was done very quickly so that we could get water, and we benefited from that. Thank goodness we have that. But once we're in a better position, my operational requirements, I would say that we would certainly cut back on the eastern well field, and you would use the lower TDS water from the western well field.
But also I mean, you know, if you need the water, you need the water.
Correct.
You could have all faucets going as high as possible to help meet our demand. So I don't want to indicate to the public that we're automatically going to slow down on the eastern well field. That would be a hope, though. I'm an outlier here, thanks to my friends with the Nueces Groundwater Conservation District. I was at that meeting, you know, out in the Northwest, and there was a question of you all, because I was, you know, standing on the side, and it was like, are there going to be more wells? Are you going to do more? And my dear friends back there said, I don't know, ask Mark Scott. And so I thought, at first that was an interesting statement. Then I realized that was my position. I have advocated for looking for additional water opportunities in Nueces County, and I did that for two reasons. I had concerns about the cost of the San Patricio project, which is fine. We moved beyond that. And then the ability to control our own destiny, greater ability to control our own destiny. So I have advocated for more wells in Nueces County, and so I advocated back then, and I advocate now. So I just in a different position. You know, I don't think I'm changing my position from then to now. So I'm supportive. The last thing is, I think there ought to be maybe you've done it and I haven't paid attention, the Good Neighbor program. I'd name it and be able to articulate the 5 things it means. I understand what you're saying, which is you need to make sure it's our well that's impacting your well, because the ratepayer doesn't necessarily want us to spend money on your well if it's not our well's fault. But I do think articulating a Good Neighbor program is beneficial. I appreciate your work on this. I get that this is a difficult time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to move that level 1 water emergency further away to allow us more time to bring other projects, i.e., you know, the San Patricio project or others. It buys us time. So Not happy with it, you know, but appreciate the work that you've done and support it.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Nick, I don't mean to beat you up, and I appreciate the meeting at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon last week. But this is all kind of clear as mud, and I appreciate the letter from Intera. I think that came directly from that meeting. But they're saying 15 million gallons a day, right? And I think we were planning for 24 million gallons. Is that correct?
So when we met on Friday, we used the number for 15 million gallons a day. One thing to think about is the brackish RO treatment, right, that we've been investigating and we've talked about. That is for raw water into it at 24 MGD, right? So, but remember, we have our Western well field, which long-term would make up the difference.
Okay, so eastern well fields are temporary, right?
So I just want to clarify, none of the assets are temporary because we want to have them in case the city is in a crisis in the future.
I understand that.
Unlike what we went in through the 80s.
You have to go back and get more permits from TCEQ to go beyond the 3 years.
The bed and banks permit is temporary, yes, sir. It's a 3-year temporary bed and banks permit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, but you're saying this says 15 million, add up to 50 million gallons a day to the city's eastern and western well fields in Nueces County, okay? So this is not saying finished water, it's just saying MGD to the water that's from the well field. So are you talking about after he doesn't mention anything about brackish, you know, this being a...
Yeah, correct. Yeah, thank you. So Steve Young is a hydrogeologist. He's not on staff for water treatment.
So he's only talking about the water coming out of the
He's
ground.
talking about raw water produced from the aquifer.
Okay.
Correct.
So this is roughly a little over 24,000 acres, 24,080 acres, somewhere in there, right? And the property that we purchased is
2,400 acres, yes. Yeah.
It says, well,
2,500. I thought you said 25,000. It's 2,500.
2,500.
Okay.
Roughly 2,480 if you're rounding. And Intera is telling us we can get up to 15 million gallons a day from that property, based on the letter that you have here.
Based on the data that we have now, correct.
And then on the 251 acres, you told us we were going to get 17 million gallons a day.
That was from Intera. It was Intera stated 17 million gallons a day.
Okay, so do you see the disparity that what we're seeing here is at 251 acres, 17 million gallons a day, 2,400 acres, 15 million gallons a day. It doesn't make sense.
Right. What I see from a hydrogeologic standpoint is the addition of more property to spread wells out. To what Steve's providing is basically, depending upon tests, up to numbers that we can safely remove from the aquifer. So I don't see disparity. I see the chance to add more property to separate those wells and to better plan and modify that.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I'm trying to clear this up because it's clear as mud for me right now.
Okay.
Right? So how many wells did you have planned for the 251 acres?
It's 12 wells.
So 12 wells on 251 acres, and you're looking at 12 wells for the 2,400 acres.
Yeah, and the other comment I do want to bring up, that doesn't mean we would run all wells at the same time. Wells require redundancy, certainly as water levels are understood. Doesn't mean you flip the switch and walk away. It's a daily monitoring. It's a daily operation.
All right. So there's some question here as to this. Now, there's also the question on the dollar amount of 28 million. What are you valuing those 6 water wells at?
I would say the 6 water wells, I'm valuing at $9 million.
So at 1.5 million per well.
Yeah.
With the infrastructure, power, everything is 1.5 million. So you're paying $9 million for wells and then $19 million for property, which comes out to still $7,665 per acre. Is that what the going price is per acre out there?
We'd have to get, I'm not a real estate expert, Councilman, and I'm not gonna offer an opinion on that.
Excuse me, Councilman, we're not buying the.
I understand that.
Yeah, we're not buying the property, right?
I understand that, but what we're trying to do is have a relative comparison.
Right.
I think we're paying more for this brackish water than we are for Evangeline water, for the water rights. Secondly, the amount of water at 15 million gallons a day, and I did some reverse math here, looking at it acre foot per year. If we're looking at 1 acre foot per acre, that would be about 2.2 million gallons a day. Okay, but we're talking about 15 million gallons a day, which is what's on the letter.
Yeah.
That's 7 acre feet of water per acre per year. And if we go up to 24, that would be 11 acre feet of water per year. Okay, so what is a regulation? I mean, what kind of standard are we having?
Well, I think the standard is that those lower portions, the Evangeline Aquifer in Nueces County is barely utilized, and it hasn't because of the TDS, right? The better TDS water is the shallower water. It's in the Lissy Formation. That's why all of those existing wells are 250 to 300 feet deep. We are targeting production from a portion of the aquifer that is not commonly utilized in Nueces County. So we've got to look at it in that perspective.
Right, I believe we were going to look at the one at, what, 800 to 1,000 feet, is what you said?
So the wells on the western well field, typically the production screens start approximately at 540 feet, and there's different screens and blanks depending upon the clay layers, and typically the wells terminate about 820 feet plus or minus.
Okay, is there any provision in this contract that if we cannot produce, and I believe the contract was based on 24 million gallons a day, is that correct?
The contract is based on the water rights for that area of land.
Okay, we are paying for water rights for an up to amount, right? So, if we don't produce that, then we're paying more for per million gallons a day, right?
Well, I would go back to your groundwater projects. We're not, and we talked about it, we're not expected to produce it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year till eternity, right? We've got to manage the resources.
Okay, but you're basing it on, I don't know if it's 7 or 11 acre feet per year, per acre. What are you basing it on? What is this purchase based on? About how much water are we supposed to get to pay the $28 million?
So the purchase is based upon what we know about the aquifer, right? And I had it on the slide, but the preliminary data is showing that is the lower TDS water in that portion of the aquifer in Nueces County, which saves us quite a bit of financial money when you look into brackish RO treatment.
Okay.
Right, so if we're going to talk about that, we should look at the entire picture.
I still don't know what we're paying for. Like, how much water are we paying for the $28 million?
It's up to 15 MGD, but the data may show that more may be available.
Or less?
Possibly.
Okay, so it's not based on the 24 million gallons a day, it's based on 15 million gallons a day now.
That's what I've been saying, yes, sir.
So the value has actually gone down.
I think it's an extremely valuable agreement.
Okay.
I don't think the value's gone down at all. Again, the value is the proximity, the location in Nueces County, the proximity to the western well field, and the ability for us to treat, in the future, 24 million gallons a day of groundwater through brackish RO.
Okay, Nick, I have to say that this is not, I mean, I don't have a clear view of what the cost per water is here on a per 1,000-gallon basis or on an acre foot. I don't know what I'm paying for.
Camille can give you, and I gave you the numbers Friday, but Camille can give you the cost per 1,000 gallons again, Council.
Okay, was that based on the 24 million gallons a day or 15 million gallons a day?
15, sir, just like we talked about Friday, 15 million gallons a day.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick. You're doing a great job. This is very stressful for you, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm not the only one who dreams about water, right? You dream about water a lot?
Every night.
Every night,
yeah.
I don't have enough information about this, and I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to abstain on this issue because I still need more information, and we don't know what we're really going to do and stuff, and I just don't feel comfortable voting on this. But I do want to say thank you for all your hard work. I know this is stressful. I know Councilman Hernandez could be stressful sometimes. But I want to thank you because you're doing a great job, and I can't say that enough. I tell people all the time, I think you're the best so far that I experience here with the city, so I thank you for your services, okay? Thanks.
Councilman Roy.
Thanks for your presentation. I just have one quick comment. Does the city staff, do we have anybody that is an agricultural expert on our staff? Agricultural.
We have some horticulturalists.
Okay, because the only reason why I asked, I happen to be, I live out in Cow Island in the Northwest, and I was having dinner, and the conversation came up with some people I knew there about the whole water issue. Everybody, it's everywhere. People talk to you about it. And one of the things that I was talking about, and they kind of laughed at me, and I don't know what this really means. I'm not an agriculturalist. I don't understand. But they got on the subject of dry farming. And I think I've mentioned this before, but basically what they said to me is that the majority of farmers out in our area, now this is not ranchers, but I'm talking about farmers, dry farm. So I think the way that it was explained to me is that basically they don't irrigate. So I think that's important for us to understand. I think it's important for the public to understand. And because the other thing that they showed me was an aerial view. And I've actually seen this when I went to CCW because there was somebody there talking to me about the same thing when it comes to stormwater and wastewater. But you can tell from an aerial view who irrigates and who doesn't because it looks like crop circles or something like that. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But I really would like somebody to look into that. I would like somebody to maybe give us a presentation to understand that and really understand what is the true demand. I'm not talking about your average novice gardeners. I've got people in my neighborhood. We all have, well, we had, I don't have a garden now, but, and so I would just like some more information on that. I think that would really help me understand where we're at and if what we're doing, because I think it is important to make sure, are we doing harm? But clearly, it was stated to me that whatever occurs with the type of crops that are indicative to our area, that most farmers dry farm. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. This question was sent to me, so I'm not. The question was, if we build a brackish plant, they're going to want to run these at a high output. What would the brackish plant's output be? Would you be able to answer that?
What we've looked into is it would basically be 85% of the 24 MGD.
85% of the total?
Of the total raw coming in.
Okay. And I also do have the PowerPoint of the cost per gallon up here for this project. And if I'm reading this correctly, which you all just briefed us Friday, like you said, I don't know, you want to wait, but I believe it's $3.64, it says, for new water supply costs water year per 1,000 for this project.
Yeah, right. So there's a couple of numbers on there. One is the eastern and western well field.
Yeah.
One is, so I'm going to let Camille talk through that.
Okay.
So there's multiple you're correct. So there's the cost per thousand of the project, and then there's the rate impact per thousand offset projects. So they're two different numbers. So the cost for, let me bring it up again, I apologize.
And you all are correct that it was based on 15 MGD,
Yes.
not the 24 MGD. So I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, you've got some other columns here with the current raw water rate per 1,000.
Yes, so for that project, if we include, of course, the conveyance and the RO, you're looking, the cost of the project is at $3.64 per thousand. The rate impact is 52 cents per thousand, or for a regular residential customer using 6,000 gallons is $3.12.
Right.
So
Okay.
they're two different, one is a blended rate impact, one is the justice project amount of money divided by volume.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying. I think it's important that's why we asked for this information, and we all wanted like a table just to keep up with all the projects and what it would cost, per project. So again, I feel for you guys. I know y'all are doing the best. I will be supporting this. I know it's, we need water, and we're at a time where, we can't mess around. This is just the only other way that I'm hoping that we can do, and I know we can't conserve our way out of it, but it would be helpful if we just received the top 10 water users. I had requested it, and again, according to those numbers, they're not, the top 10 water users are not pulling back. So, I think this should be a wake-up call. There needs to be a way that they can conserve, and I hope this, they do it. And they're not going to do it unless we force them. So, but again, I will be supporting this project. I think it's important that we, just explore all the projects that we possibly can to make sure that we service all our water customers, all 500,000, and of course that would include, our large water users. So, but I'm really still speaking to them and really imploring that they do something better than what they're doing now. So thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I'll be quick, Mayor. I got no heartburn with what anybody's saying up here. I got no heartburn with probably what public comment will be. I get everybody's, I hear everybody. The one thing I want to throw back at you is I thought it was 24. That was the number I was thinking. And then we're saying 15. But if Intera comes back and says, hey, we've done some more and we think you can get 20, I don't want you guys to get beat up that, no, you told us 15. You made a comment earlier in your presentation that it could be more based on further data. Just run over that one more time.
Absolutely. So every time one of our wells are drilled, there is, we conduct an aquifer test. So that includes test pumping the well. It includes installing pressure transmitters in different monitoring well locations and in other wells so that we can understand how the aquifer is reacting. So we've done that in the eastern well field. We continue to do it in the western well field. We would do it in the ERF property also. And as that data comes back, the model that Intera is running is updated, and then they provide us feedback.
Okay.
It's a very robust model with multiple layers trying to identify and confirm all those clay layers so we know which parts of the aquifer are confining layers.
Okay, the point is I was hearing 24 and now we're talking 15, which is fine. If that's what the data says, I'm not going to argue what the data says. I'm just saying if it comes back 18, I don't want you guys to get beat up because you said 15.
Right, yeah, thank you. So the letter that so Nick asked Intera for the letter, and we got it today. But the science has been out there for years because this formation's been studied decades ago, like in the 80s. But in the letter we got today that's in front of council, it's the font's small, obviously, but the word provisional is in here several times. So our hydrogeologist, the best in the state, is saying, I'm telling you, you can get 15 million gallons, but that's a provisional number. It could be more, it could be less. And the three main drivers to that statement, one is because the model remains a work in progress. As additional aquifer pumping data is provided to him, things could change. The work is ongoing to improve the model's ability to actually predict land subsidence. We'll put that data in as time goes on. And then he even mentions things about land subsidence, regional drawdowns have to be further established. So the letter that he gave us today says provisional, but he's saying based on my expertise, based on the fact that I'm the state's best hydrogeologist, I'm telling you can get 15 million gallons. So we're going to believe Steve Young.
Oh, I believe him. I'm just
right,
saying.
But it could change. And to your point, and I appreciate you bringing it up because it gave us a chance to make sure it's clear on the record. The 15 million gallons is the best estimate that the hydrogeologist has given us today, and it could change.
And I get that if it goes down, the cost per, 1,000 gallons goes up, and then numbers, that's bad math. Maybe good for the aquifer, but bad for the math. I get all that. I just didn't want you guys to get, to get locked in the 15. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Vaughn.
Well, I'm sure all hydrologists say they're the best in the states, Mr. Sinoni. I'm sure they all do that. Mark, you're such a diplomat. You just love everybody, don't you? I love everybody. You're so good. So good. Yeah, today. I'm going to say this and I'm done. Y'all know how I feel. What I heard today was that we are worried about curtailment, which we are. There's not a bigger supporter for industry, no matter what they think, than I am. I support it completely. But I will always put people over profit and money because that's what's going to count. We may go to curtailment. We may not have any choice. But all those people, when they had those wells out there in the 80s, it was not as populated. You did not have as many water wells. That whole area has changed. Totally different than it was 20, 30 years ago. So am I concerned? You bet I am. And what we need to remember, the public needs to remember, is that this is the city's fault. They had no plan. They may have looked at different things, but they didn't do any action. We didn't get anything. That's why we are where we are today. And that's a shame. But I'm not going to support it because I am concerned about that. To me, there's not enough information to move forward. Not sure. I know, Mr. Sinoni, y'all are worried about the curtailment and what the rush. I don't know that it would hurt to one more week and look at something and find out some information because I'm not getting it. And I know that's not going to go here because they're all for it. I can tell, the majority. And that's fine. But I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. I really don't understand what we're paying for, right? I understand we're going to pay $28 million for water rights, but I don't know what that equates to in what we're actually paying because in the letter it says up to $15 million. It doesn't say that there's possibility for more. It just says up to $15 million. Now I know you're telling me it could be possibly be more, but in reality we have 85% of that $15 million, not the $15 million, right?
The treatment, if treatment is approved by council.
Right.
Right, the treatment would be designed to take 24 MGD of raw water and treat it where the output would be 85%. Some of that 24 MGD would come from the western well field. It wouldn't all come from the Ed Rochelle property.
Okay. Like I said, I want to make sure that we understand what we're paying for. And like I said, I'm not comfortable because I'm not really sure. There's not like, okay, we're paying this much per acre foot of water. We had that for Evangeline. Okay, we didn't have that for this. But we're also taking a lot more acre feet per acre than we are in San Patricia, right? They have a specific rule of 1.25 acre feet of water per acre. And like I said, the calculation that I did, napkin math, was about 7 acre feet of water per acre. Now, I would have hoped to have gotten that from you guys so we know exactly what we're doing so we can communicate to the people that live in that area what we're actually taking. So if it goes up from that, we have to provide that information.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think what you're saying is the model is continuously updated as more information is available. And if the science shows that the target is more or less than 15 MGD, that we need to alert and notify the community. Did I get that right?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
ideally, it'd be
saying?
best if there was more water available, but, you know, I struggle with this because Steve told us on the 251 acres, we can get 17 million gallons a day. And now he's telling us on the 2,400 acres, 15 million gallons a day. They don't correlate, right?
Well, it's actually the correlation is the reason why, right? If the 17 MGD wasn't there, the 15 MGD would be greater. So the correlation is exactly the reason why.
Okay, well, he didn't explain that in his letter. It didn't say any of that. Okay, it was a lot of legalese about, you know, possibilities and, you know, studies, and then he said only up to 15 million gallons a day. So, and this is what I really wanted us to have from Intera, was some solid information from their perspective, no legalese, no, you know, hemming and hawing, just tell us what we can get. And that's what we're going to pay for. Okay, thank you.
And that was Councilman, look, Nick, just for the council members here, Nick's been under, you know, we're working every day of the week pretty much, but if you look at, I'm going to give you some numbers, okay? And just, we're going to do some quick math there. So Evangeline is 24 MGD, right, that well field. The purchase price for the water rights is 169 million. So if you do the math, that means $7.04 per gallon per day. Okay, $7 per gallon per day for Evangeline.
Million gallons or per 1,000 gallons?
Per thousand.
It's per gallon, per gallon.
Gallon.
Yeah, per day.
Per day.
Per day, Councilman. Yeah. Yeah, you take $169 million divided by 24 MGD, right? We're going to get 24 million gallons a day. At 169 million, that equals $7.04. If you take this math, which is the 28 million.
Gil,
I'm just gonna-
Councilman,
and I'm just doing-
let's let
We can
him
do more
finish.
math, I'm just
Let's
doing
let
it
him
real
finish.
simple here. If you take the 28 million, Nick said it's about 9 million for the wells, right? So deduct that from the water right purchase. And then they put in roads and power, so I estimated 2 million. You know, so deduct that, so you're talking 17 million for the water right purchase. At 15 MGD, that equals $1.13. So this is, what is that, 6 times less? $1 versus $7 for the same water right. This one has TDS, that's a little higher, obviously. But that just,
Okay,
I know, I'm just doing simple math. Yeah.
simple math.
I'm just doing simple math, that's all.
Okay, Councilman, are you done? All right, so, Peter, we're going to open public comment here for this item, but I have to ask you, are you recommending this?
Yes, we are recommending
Okay.
this.
And explain why quickly, because I know we've all had great points, and again, as others mentioned, it's a big decision, it's a difficult decision.
Right.
Tell us why you are recommending this, why this is of urgency.
Right. So using some more simple numbers, right now we bring in 40 million gallons from the 2 western reservoirs every day, right? 40 million, and then you add 70 plus from the eastern sources. That takes care of our supply. But we can see that the Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi are dwindling away to zero eventually.
Right.
Okay, so we have to backfill 40 million gallons of water supply. 40 is the number. The western well fields will come on soon. That adds 17 million. Okay, what we know about Evangeline, if we get the permits, is by November, we can expect 4 million, and more comes on every month thereafter. But if you take 17 plus 4, that's 21, and that's not 40, right? So 17 plus 4 is 21. 40 is the goal by the fall. That's when we expect the western reservoirs to be at zero. So we need more water, and there's no other project. Desal's a 3-year project. Harbor Island that we support is a 3 to 5 year project. This is the next and only source of water that we're aware of, and this adds 15. So if you take 21 plus 15, that's 36. We're almost there, you know. There'll be a little, if we push off the use of the western reservoirs, that will be available after November. But that's the math. It's pretty simple. It's 17 from the west, 4 from Evangeline beginning in November. That's 21. This is 15.
15.
And that's 36. So that just about gets us there.
Right.
Yeah. So without this, if you take this out, if we don't approve this project, if we don't do it, then we will be in curtailment sooner than later, because we're only getting half the water that we need, half of the 40.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Peter. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Is there anyone else after this gentleman, if you'll come up?
Scott Barraza, Nueces County. I just want to start out by saying, I believe it was October 21st at the meeting here, Peter directed all of y'all to have meets with us with the Nueces Conservation District proposed. Y'all have not had this. Had you had it, Councilman Roy, we could probably have your questions answered regarding the farmers there. Want to get off, y'all keep talking about we got to do this till other projects come online. Every other project y'all have to come online, it's all groundwater, every bit of it. The groundwater here in Nueces County that you're going to pull from, it's the same groundwater you're going to pull from in San Pat. It's all the same source, so you're not diversifying. We went from having to get these wells to bridge the gap to desal. No longer are we bridging the gap to desal, it's all about diversification. We need more groundwater. Y'all keep talking about all these projects, 17 here, 11 here, 24. Add it all up. You got 28 million gallons from your Nueces projects currently. 24 million gallons going to come from San Pat from the Evangeline. So that's 52 million gallons a day. Then you got the Lee Ranch y'all did. Y'all estimate that, I think Friday Peter said 10 to 20 million gallons. From there, 10 to 20 from this one was previously said. Y'all honed in on 15, but you take 10 to 20, add that to the 52, you're looking 72 to 92 million gallons a day of groundwater. Y'all use on average 100 million gallons a day, so you are virtually replacing surface water with groundwater. Y'all need to look at what happened in Houston and Galveston with subsidence. They were all on 100% groundwater. You are taking that same path there. We keep being told this is temporary. It was on the Legistar early last week up until after the GCD meeting in San Pat. The plan for Evangeline was that once the lakes hit 50%, Texana wasn't reduced in production, that the Evangeline project would maintain 15% of CCW's usage. That comes out to 15 million gallons a day on average. So 50 million gallons a day does not sound temporary. This is too much money being spent to be temporary, just to walk away or pump 1 million gallons a month. This is 15 million gallons a day at 15% on there. The Good Neighbor Program, I keep hearing the Good Neighbor Program. I want to see that in writing. I want to see what it consists of. All we got is talk. What guidelines, what's the protocol? What has to happen for the well owner to get assistance? There's nothing there. Y'all have put these in, just like subsidence. Y'all are talking about, well, we're putting in the subsidence monitors now. That should have been put in before everything started pumping, not afterwards. You're chasing it after the fact. Same thing with the ERF land. I've been watching that land for months now. Dump trucks going in, 3-phase power being put in. This was already planned. This is already going on. We're here today for the rubber stamp to approve it, but it's already been there. And get all this, the hydrologists, y'all don't even have a second opinion on it, but this is the legacy y'all are going to leave behind. It's going to be not avoiding curtailment, possibly 10, 20, 50 years from now.
Thank you, sir.
They're not going to remember you if you avoided curtailment. They're going to remember the damage to the aquifer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, Mayor, staff. I'm Chris Quare from Nueces County. I'm not represented by anybody on the board, but I'm starting to look hopeful. Not sure of the mechanism the council is trying to present in this agreement. The agreement seems to have been made long ago. The ERF, the unsolicited development, has been ongoing for many months. There has been at least 3 wells constructed beginning as early as April of 25. The most recent is being drilled currently. They're not waiting on your money to do that. Additionally, miles of road construction and well pads have already been constructed. There are already three-phase power grid that has been constructed, which takes months in procurement, planning, and engineering, and that was done as early as November of '25. Most concerning is that the ERF has already been flowing these wells and on the once dry Cayman Creek. The discharge that the groundwater into the Cayman Creek follows in and goes into the Nueces River 2 miles upstream of your eastern well field. Since November, that's been going on. There's also a current open TCEQ investigation for this unlawful discharge since November and remains open to this day. So what are you actually voting on today that hasn't already been determined, right? By the way, for those of you that are told that residential agriculture and livestock wells will not be affected by these wells, my residential well, the static level since July, 7 months, has dropped 15 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I find it comical now that we are going to choose to hear the recommendation of City Manager Peter Zanoni when we have not followed the direction of Peter Zanoni on certain $2 million hotel projects. But I guess that's neither here nor there. We pick and choose when we want to hear recommendations at this point. As far as simple math, you know, I do bookkeeping for a living. So there's nothing simple about this math, and I find it comical that the people that are intelligent behind the dais are questioning that, and the ones that aren't are completely agreeable, like, oh yeah, it's just simple math, just simple math. For you, the city manager, this may be simple math. For this community, this is some of our livelihoods here. And we can keep turning it into this circus that is occurring every week when there's one of these meetings with little information to answer, truths that are not truths, they're lies, but we're supposed to come here every week as a community and believe what city staff is telling us, what the city manager is telling us, and what some of you all are telling us, which we know we cannot trust anymore. The simple math here is the debt that the city of Corpus Christi is already in, and the debt that this is going to put us in further, that we cannot maintain. That we cannot maintain. We have an employee who's making $500,000 a year who's been here for 7 years and never has yet to find a solution to this problem that will work in favor of the community and also won't cost the community or take away our rights to be able to afford to live in our own town. So we can keep hemming and hawing and playing games with simple math and $3.60 here. Until you put it in writing, we don't believe anything that's being discussed. Put it in writing, give the community the information that it's requesting so that we can support some of you that are making the right decisions for our community, and we know which one of you to oust come November. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Troy Cranford, outside the city. Glad we're finally having this discussion about the fuzzy math and the smoke and mirrors facts that y'all are giving. I appreciate it. I'm going to go over some of the things that Nick brought out today just to make some examples. The arsenic was brought up, and arsenic is obviously a concern for all of us. Whenever Nick had his samples done, it was one day, one time, on February 3rd, when the WCID sample was collected on December 11th. So of course the values are going to be different. We need to have a more comprehensive plan there. We need to continuously monitor now that we know that arsenic is in the water source, but we're not doing that. So it's kind of a smoke and mirror there. Yeah, we did the test, but it was only one day, one collection. How many landowners are voluntarily participating in the groundwater study? Last time I heard it was only 17. That doesn't do for a very good study. There's trillions of gallons of water in the Gulf Coast aquifer. That's a true statement, but not necessarily usable in our area. Peter's promise on October 28th at our town hall meeting, Peter made that promise, and he admits he made that promise. But when we were sitting there, Carolyn, you were there, and Nick was there, and I asked Nick specifically, what kind of relationship do you have with ERF? We already saw the infrastructure being built. It had been being built for months. Nick said, we have no relationship with Ed Rochelle Foundation. The well that's been drilled out there, the production well, is going into the river down the Cayman Creek, as Chris stated. Well, what that does is it actually influences the upstream baseline from the eastern well field now. So the numbers that we're seeing that were given to TCEQ, they're artificially influenced by Cayman Creek, or the ERF water going through the Cayman Creek. So that's going to be an issue, and it's going to be shown as manipulation of the baseline for TCEQ. Nick stated that TDS was 1,680 out at the ERF, but we test that water all the time off the Cayman Creek. It's never been less than 2,200, and this week it was 2,700 TDS. You might want to check on injection wells now. They're quite pricey, and based on the 85% recovery, I just don't know that the Frio Sands Formation will take that type of drink every day. You're talking about 3.6 million gallons per day of waste, and I don't know that it would be able to be injected. It doesn't like taking a lot of water. We use it all the time in the oil field, so I'm pretty familiar with it. Nick stated that, or often states that the eastern well field is producing 10 to 11 million gallons per day. I know y'all have all heard it, but if you go on Securing Water Corpus Christi, the highest that has been produced out of the eastern well field this year is 5.6 million gallons a day. So when you're doing your fuzzy math, it doesn't add up. And last, I'll go ahead and close. We are having another town hall meeting on Thursday. We will have a director from the Harris-Galveston Subsidence District that is coming down to speak, along with a former hydrogeologist from Intera that actually did the work. And so they will be presenting, and I invite you all. It's at the Community Hall in Robstown, 6 to 8 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and I don't have all the numbers that the rest of y'all have, but I do know some things. Y'all want us to talk about conserving water, and we're looking for all these other sources, but I think the first thing y'all can do is drive around to some of the neighborhoods at night. We can start by finding some of the people who are running their sprinklers all night long. I see some green, beautiful grass as my yard looks like the Crypt Taker, and I have my fiance draining our bathroom water and running it out so that we can save a little bit. Reward the people that play by the rules. Maybe give us a little bonus. Those of you, and some of in my neighborhood, are rocking their yards in, doing things. Mr. Zanoni is drinking $50 shots instead of drinking water at restaurants. I mean, reward some of us that are doing the right thing. I know some of the restaurants have stopped serving water. I remember, I think we had this in the 80s, we had this problem, and restaurants were not serving water at restaurants, doing things, but start looking at these things. I drove through Country Club the other night, and I couldn't believe all the sprinkler systems going off. I'm from a small town in Comfort, Texas, and we learned very quickly to be a good neighbor. And when you start messing with people's livelihoods, which also comes to ours for food, it's scary. Just like the fishermen with the desal, these aren't just, when you're telling people, well, we need the water, we're gonna take it from you. You think of how these people feel. This is their livestock and their livelihoods. I have a ranch in Atascosa County that does have a water well that another company put on. And my neighbors begged me, can you see if this oil company can get some of our water? We all know we're all in the same situation. This problem should have been handled a long time ago, but where we are now, let's be a good neighbor, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Saldana, District 2. I just want to give you a little example, because you've heard all the figures and everything that's going on. You're in your house and it's burning down. You got to turn the water on to quench that fire and stop it, but your neighbor down the street says, come help me, I may get the fire over here. Are you going to go to the neighbor who may get the fire over there or put the fire out in your house? Let me tell you something. You need to remember why you're here and why we take people like this people here that we pay very highly to bring you the information that you need so you can get water to Corpus Christi, Texas. After you take care of the water in Corpus Christi, Texas, let's go help all our neighbors. But first, get the water for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm closing public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 25. Oh, Councilwoman Paxton, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we actually, I know that we have been talking about it for meetings and meetings and meetings. Do we, can we put into writing some of those efforts for those good neighbor programs so that we can publicly stand behind it, that kind of thing? I'll admit, we've talked about it so frequently, to me, it's, in my mind, a done deal. But I do understand the concern that was voiced on multiple occasions here. And I think that that's very important to be able to present. It's just an earnest act.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. So we do have, as you said, we've talked about it. I showed the slide earlier today that basically outlines the tenets of that program. And I can show the slide again if you want, but as part of this presentation, but we can put together a formal document, absolutely.
Excuse me, yeah, and Councilwoman, so we do have, so the website has information. It's not exactly formalized, but there's detail on our website that we put up beginning in last November. And then recall that that when we drill these wells, we go to the city's groundwater conservation district, right? And the applications for these drilling permits has that good neighbor language in the application. Miles is reminding me over here.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And then we will be providing a follow-up document as requested by the district on that as well.
That's the
yes, sir.
Aquifer Storage and Recovery Groundwater Conservation District. So in the application for the drilling, it says it has written detail of the Good Neighbor program. Yeah. So it's written. We're gonna improve it and make it more clear to include on our website.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Will that be sufficient for us to put forward, as this is 100% our intentions? I mean, I'm sure you have the whole support of the council. We don't need to put some kind of, that can be posted somewhere very publicly, easily accessible.
We can bring it to council even, good idea. So maybe we'll bring a policy item to say this is the city's policy, it's not Nick's or Peter's. Or,
yeah. That way we can put, we can put some earnest support behind it. And if it were to ever not be followed or changed, it would have to come back.
Correct.
So we would have something that is solid in place.
That's a good idea. Yeah, we can look at that next couple of meetings.
Okay.
Actually, Councilwoman, it is legally binding, because the Aquifer District has, for those wells that we have, that we're going to be drilling pursuant to the Aquifer District restrictions, the Corpus Christi Aquifer District has established those conditions as a condition, has established those restrictions as a condition of drilling those future wells.
Is it, we had a town hall where we met a lot of the community members that potentially were in connection to the project or potential impact. And there's certainly several representatives who come regularly here to advocate for those interests. I would really love if we could connect individually with some of those and convey those efforts. I know that we have it on the website, we've talked about it here, but something that we can connect them. And if there is somewhere a question, if there is somewhere where there's a misalignment, that could be reported and we could resolve that as we move forward.
Yeah, we can do that, Councilwoman.
Okay, I think that would be wonderful. And could you speak to, admittedly, I haven't looked at our dashboard recently. Could you confirm on that 5.6 million gallons?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. I absolutely can. So Please remember that the Eastern Wellfield is operating in conjunction with the TCQ Bed and Banks permit protocol. The other thing to remember is the Nueces River does not flow past the Cal Allen Barrier Dam, right? And when we've entered this, it's not flowing over it, and we work very hard to prevent that from happening. There are a number of entities that take water ahead of the Cal Allen Barrier Dam. They are the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. They are the San Patricio Municipal Water District. Of course, further upstream at the Hazel Bazemore Park is the Nueces County WCID 3. There is also Flint Hills and Celanese also. What happens is the process is all of those entities submit a request to our Water Resources Management team and explain how much water they are going to take from the river. We have to make an operational decision on how much water to release from the dam. We make an operational decision on how much water to pump from the wells. All of that being said, the goal is not to waste any water. We don't want any water going over the Cal Allen Barrier Dam. Things happen. There are pumps at our partner agencies that go down and they don't take the water they want. And the quickest thing that we can do is ramp up the eastern well field or ramp down the eastern well field. Likewise, if there's a potential power hiccup along the Mary Roads pipeline, the quickest thing we can do is turn on those wells because those are the closest to the intake to all of those takers. So the whole eastern well field, it's not, and I said this earlier, it's not you flip the switch and you let it run. The operational decisions are made multiple times a day. Water quality along the river is measured continuously. That information is used and evaluated. And it's also, you take into account what the other users are using. You have to take that into account as well.
I appreciate that, Nick. I'm sorry, I'm looking for that page where you had it listed here. Taking those measures that we've articulated, that very clearly specifies the priority order where we will be taking our water based on availability. I think if we can move forward with those types of measures, not necessarily, certainly not at this meeting, but having those placed in a document similar to our drought contingency plan, our water supply planning, to clearly articulate our preference with some parameters on when and where we draw from to supply our water needs. And I do want to say, we have put an investment towards the Harbor Island desal, so there are projects coming down the line. Our team has actively been looking at partnerships and the future of the Barney Davis plant. So I want the community to hear we are proactively seeking a future where we can assimilate into projects like marine desal so we can taper off this use. That is 100% still the action plan. And just to assure them that we have not forgotten that, that's still a priority. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Cantu, you've got...
1 second, I promise. Roland didn't talk all day, so I'm taking his time. You okay, Roland? Water at restaurants, when they give you a glass of water, is there a policy we could tell them not to do that unless the customer asks us for a glass of water? I mean, every restaurant I go to, they automatically give you a glass of water. But just a thought, just...
So it is in our water conservation plan, which is being updated.
Okay.
But we can certainly remind best practices to the restaurant association.
Yes,
I think
please.
That's more what you're leaning towards.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so again, I'm going to entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Can everyone vote? I don't know who's holding it up. Okay. 2:51 PM. Oh. Okay. Okay, the motion carries 7, 1 abstained, and 1 no. The motion carries 7, 1. So the council is going to go into executive session on items 29 through 31 per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return shortly. we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And we are, let's see, item number 26, I believe we're going to pull. Is that right, Peter?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. We're going to poll so we can work with the Groundwater Conservation District in San Patricio County.
Okay, great. So we'll go on to our briefing, section M. Item number 27 is a briefing on Evangeline Groundwater Project.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. So we've got two briefings for you today. The first one is focused solely on the Evangeline Groundwater Project, and then we will follow that up with the traditional, I'll call it the traditional water supply update. So just a quick overview to get us all on the same page again. The Evangeline project is located north of Sinton, Texas. It's located in the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District. The project is for the groundwater rights associated with 22,789 acres of land. And that is approximately, per the groundwater district's rules, 24 million gallons a day. There's been tremendous amounts of work that's been done, and I would like to just review some of the key dates so far. So going back to 2019, the San Patricio County Groundwater Conservation District approved a production permit for 24 million gallons a day. That permit was renewed on January 21st, 2025, so approximately a year ago. On August 12th, Council directs city staff to prepare a purchase agreement for the water rights. On September 23rd, 2025, Council approves the negotiated term sheet. At that point, we're moving forward with the final contract. On September 23rd, 2025, additionally, Council approved a master service agreement with Pape Dawson Engineers to start working on design. On October 21st, 2025, Council approves the groundwater rights purchase of $169,491,700. Along with that, Council approved the interlocal agreement with the City of Sinton and the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. November 24th, City staff and CCW held a San Patricio County public information session. In attendance were leadership from the City of Sinton, St. Paul Water Supply Corporation, and the county commissioners, including Judge Krebs. On December 11th, 2025, the seller, Evangeline Laguna, submitted applications for the drilling and transport permits. That was done electronically, and then on December 12th, those permits were handed in person. January 16th, the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District declared that those permits were administratively complete. February 6th, which was just last week, believe it or not, the district approved the process to secure an administrative law judge to conduct a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is meant to determine which of the four protestants have standing or a basis to protest. One thing that I do want to add, and you know, we prepare these presentations, but a lot of information comes up rather quickly. We just heard this morning that the tentative date for the preliminary hearing is March 2nd, which is great news. Apparently the administrative law judge has been confirmed, and there's a tentative date for March 2nd. Again, that process, it's not a contested case hearing. It's for that law judge to determine which of the four protestants have standing.
Which, if any.
If any, yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one of the outcomes could be that all four don't have standing, or two do and two don't, or any number of combinations. The other thing that I do want to bring up is all of the drilling permits were separate. So they all had separate applications. It is possible the administrative law judge determines that X number of protestants have standing on X number of wells. So he may say two protestants have standing on 10 wells, but there's no standing on 12 wells. So that's a potential outcome also. Significant work continues on this project between Pape Dawson, Garney, and the city. We are anticipating bringing contract amendments for construction services and equipment purchases to council for consideration in February, and it might be as early as February 17th or possibly the 24th. The full 60% design is expected to be completed by mid-March 2026. And I gave you the key date of March 2nd as the tentative date for the preliminary hearing. So what's our next steps? The seller and the city will continue to work together to prepare for the preliminary hearing. We will continue in earnest in our efforts to sit down and talk further with the City of Sinton and the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. We want to understand their feedback on our interlocal agreement that was presented. To date, we have not received any feedback, official feedback on that. Pape Dawson and Garney and city staff will continue the design and prepare for procurement work packages. And additionally, other steps that are going on. So as part of this project, we will need TCEQ permits. So we did have a preliminary permit hearing with TCEQ on February 4th. That was to advise them of the project, share the details, and explain to them the request that will be made. Based on the progress to date, this is the delivery schedule for the Evangeline well field. I would like to say this is preliminary. As the city manager stated earlier, we're looking at 4 MGD in November. That is provided there are not any further delays with the permits. However, we met with Pape Dawson and Garney this morning. We are working on other paths to ensure that we can get the water delivered as soon as possible. The important thing to note here is that water will be delivered as it becomes available. These numbers should not be considered firm as the project proceeds and moves ahead of schedule, and the drilling progress continues. The dates and the delivery dates will have to continue to be updated.
But can you go back, Nick, especially with Chris Six being here? So it's 4 million gallons in November, then another million in December, another 2 million in January, another million in February, another million in March, 2 million in April, 1 million in May. So by the time we get to May, all 12 million will be delivered. So this project is more than 4. It's just that 4 begins in November. And then each month is either 1 million or 2 million more gallons to eventually bring on 12 million. This is based on the reality of purchasing equipment and electrical components and pumps and that type of thing. The goal was to try to bring all 12 in November, but now the engineers are doing the design work and pricing and trying to get equipment, and this is the reality. This is the plan. So all along the goal was 12. We're going to get 12. It'll be by May, with incremental adds each month from November to May. Just want to make that clear because I think there was some misinformation about it's only going to be 4 million. No, it's going to be 12 million over 6 months or so.
Right, yeah. And the total project is still 24 million gallons a day.
Right.
With that, I'll stand by for any questions on Evangeline.
Councilman Scott.
What happened, so the date for the hearing's the 3rd of March.
March 2nd.
2nd, sorry. 3-2, not 2-3.
Yeah.
3-3. 3-2. So what happens if somebody is declared to have standing? What happens next, and what's the general timeline for next?
Yeah, I think the important thing is we will continue to work with those entities to ideally come to an agreement, specifically with the interlocal agreements. If agreements aren't achieved, then it could potentially go to what's called a contested case hearing, which adds time.
It could add significant time, just to be upfront here. So if it goes into a contested case hearing, it's a full-blown, kind of like a trial of sorts, and there's judges, there's expert witnesses, there's the applicant, there's a protestants.
Yeah.
So it could take.
But if nobody has standings, what's the term?
Correct.
Standing.
If nobody has standing, then off we go. But if somebody is declared, if that judge decides that someone has standing, then it goes into a contested case hearing process, the schedule of which would be decided there or later. I've never been in the contested case hearing.
I think it's incremental. You know, there's no definitive timeline. The attorney that represents the groundwater district, Mr. Greg Ellis, said the last time he went into one of these took 2 years to come out of one.
And my sense is,
he said that many times.
And I think it's great we're talking to him. And so the hope is that we reach some sort of agreement. And I guess we're going to have a conversation at some point about what that might mean. I mean, I don't know. You're going to go in a conversation. They're going to go, hey, we'll back off if you do X. And then you're going to come to us and say, hey, how do y'all think about X, as opposed to us telling you what we're good with before. I think that's interesting. I would think that we want to have a conversation, probably in closed session, about what we're comfortable with and what our Laguna LP partners are comfortable with. My sense is that if I'm the contestants, I don't know, what do you call them? Protestants?
Yeah.
Then they're not going to want to talk until they get standing, because, you know, at this point, they filed a piece of paper, but it doesn't mean anything unless the judge says it does. And if the judge says it does, then they get to hold all the cards. So my sense is that it'll be difficult. I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't talked to anybody over there. I have no idea what they're saying. I'm just going basically what media and what you tell us. I'm just thinking if I'm them, I would be working really hard to get standing and then go, okay, what's 2 years mean to you? And that's why I asked what that timing was, because what I think you're telling me is let's keep spending money. Let's just go as fast as we can. But my question is, at what point in time do we go, okay, look, if this is a 5-year process, I'm making that up. If it's a 3-year process because it's 2 years in contested case, do we have to pay double time, such that it comes online in 3 years? I get that we're spending a lot of money now because we're trying, and I like that timeline. If we can get all 12 MGD by May of 27, then I don't think there's any water level emergency 1, right? I think that's what we're trying to communicate to the public, is if we can be successful with this Evangeline and get 12 by May of 27, then we really have a chance for the rains to come. But also what you're telling me is if they get standing on the 2nd, then that's when it's a game changer for us, unless we reach an agreement. And does the judge rule then and there?
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
Well, they said generally it's then and there. It could be a day or two after then and there.
They did say in some cases it could be a day or two later.
But generally the prevailing results are then and there.
Because it's kind of a pretty, as we talk these guys, simple math, right? I mean, like Nueces County, number 3, we thought they would have standing if there was an issue with the bed and banks permit, because they draw from the same river. And why do we think?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, so anybody that's drilling wells next to our wells.
The attorney for the seller is saying that it's you really have to prove that our wells on Evangeline are so close to their wells that it's going to impact the well, not necessarily the production. That's a little bit hard to explain. However, there are rules in the groundwater district that says the well has to be so many feet from, an Evangeline well has to be so many feet from an existing well. The nearest well is 3 times, or is it 6 times?
It's three times. Yeah.
3 times the distance, the nearest, and then, of course, the others are much
That's
further.
really good information. I
Yeah, so the
appreciate that. I
judge
didn't
is
know that.
really, because the production permit has already been approved, that it's tough to prove that you have standing on well placement.
Okay,
And
thank you. I
transfer
didn't know
permits
that.
and other
I
matters.
just assumed if you're my next door neighbor, you're probably going to have standing because you're my next door neighbor, and if I'm trying to do something.
not
But you're telling me
Yeah.
it's based on the well distance and proof that one well affects another?
Right, that it has to show, that there has to be, they have to prove that it's going to impact their well.
And the key is the district has approved the production twice. They approved it once and then they renewed the permit.
I got one needed. Thank you. That's new. Maybe I'm just hearing it for the first time, but that's good information. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Vaughn.
Mine are real quick. You know anything about the judge, where he's from, what county, what area? Do we know?
You know, we do have, there were some names given out, and Peter, I think they may have given his, I don't know exactly where he's from, but.
There were 2 judges that are retired judges.
Okay, well, that's my concern. You want to be fair for both sides.
Yeah, both sides were in agreement on 2 judges that are very impartial and fair, and so this person was available. It's a retired judge, and so we're not going through the state's pool of judges, which is through the Office of Administrative Hearings, I guess is that what you call it?
Yeah, so.
And the State Office of Administrative Hearings, that's an office up in Austin that has judges that mediate these types of cases. That's one way you can go, but that would add months to the schedule. So instead, both sides said, let's get a retired judge. They had 2 names and a few more, but the 2 prevailing ones.
That's good.
One of the judges is tentatively agreeing to do it on the second.
Good.
Yeah.
The only other question with Evangeline, have we got everything in order with them for when you get ready to close, it's done?
Yeah, right. So recall, and Nick showed it on the timeline, the $169 million groundwater right purchase. There's an agreement, a legal document that is almost signed. The goal was to have it signed by today. Bruce Hill told me it's almost there. He's just waiting for one more family.
Okay.
So I would say it's like 99.9% almost done. And then the surface use agreements are also same condition. They're probably, most of them are executed.
Yeah.
And so that's an important step. And so we're just about there. Everybody's in agreement. It's just now tracking down one family for a
So
signature.
you pretty well got everything ironed out. What's holding us up are the permits.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councilman Roy.
This is kind of an off question. Let's just say, we did start today with the prayers from different churches for rain. So 16 inches over the watershed, I think, is what I've seen before over 2 or 3 days, if I remember correctly. But right now, what does 16 inches do for us if we had rain?
Sure. So the way I would answer that question is any rainfall in the watershed is a benefit. One thing that I know from our discussions with the National Weather Service, when we were at about 18% combined capacity, at that point in time, the comment was we needed 20 inches over the watershed to get us up over 30% combined capacity. And your question is very relevant, and we have the same one. And we've asked Carollo, our modelers, to provide us with that information. In my opinion, it's going to take multiple events for us to get to a recognizable level.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking that, hypothetically, let's just say you did have that rain and it was over a couple days period. But then you go another 6 to 8 months without any additional rain, so you're going to have evaporation in that.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose a good portion of that. Technically, this could be an issue where I'm hoping at some point that the lakes will get back up to a reasonable level, but this could take 3 or 4, 5+ years to get back to what we know of.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
we'll be getting that amount of rain necessary, right?
Yeah.
So you are looking at that?
We've asked our modelers to provide that, and it's all about inflow. We talk about stream inflow into those reservoirs.
So we're just going to take it, and location's important?
Absolutely.
Of course, location
Yeah.
over the watershed, and then what, because it all just depends on how much they release, especially. And, yeah, so that's a moving target.
It is, yeah.
I just wondered.
We'll work on, like I said, we've requested the information. We'll get it to you when we have it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Nick, can you verify how much additional water the Lye Ranch would provide?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So the Lye Ranch, we were estimating it was 5 or 6 MGD. I don't recall the.
Okay, and then also the city manager said we were going to pay $7 per gallon from Evangeline. Can you correct that, please?
Well, I think that was per gallon per day.
Okay, but it's not 7, we're not going to be paying $7 per gallon. I mean, might as well pour a bunch of Dasani bottled waters into the river if you're going to do that. I think it meant it was $7 per thousand, which is actually a little bit less. It's like six something. It's not 7. I just want to make sure the record is clear. We're not paying $7 per gallon for Evangeline water. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. March 2nd.
Yes,
the
sir.
meeting for March 2nd, that's just one meeting, like one deal? How does that work?
It's one preliminary hearing. It'll all happen on one day.
So we get our answer on that March 2nd?
So what we've been told from the attorneys is more than likely we'd have information that day, but sometimes it takes the judge a couple of days to process everything and put something together. So I can't confirm anything right now.
So like they'll let us know what we can do? Like, I don't understand March 2nd. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so March 2nd is like a mini trial of sorts, so there'll be a judge. They call it an administrative law judge because they're not in a courtroom. So there'll be an administrative law judge, a retired judge. You can have the protestants, and they're all together.
Okay. And right now, it's City of Sinton.
Right.
And who else?
The St. Paul Water Corporation, a farmer up in Sampat County,
Okay.
and a resident in Corpus Christi.
The second one, the
St. Paul Water Corporation?
Yeah. Who do they provide water to?
It's a small little kind of community north of Sinton called St. Paul. There's about 100 accounts there.
100 accounts. Okay.
Yeah, about 100 accounts, what they told us when Nick and I met with them.
So altogether, we provide 39 MGDs to Sampat County. Is that correct?
40 million?
40 is, yeah.
Okay. And then the refineries that are in Sampat County, who we provide water to, those refineries pay taxes to Sampat County, correct?
Yeah, and just to be clear, so we sell water to San Patricio Municipal Water District, who then sells it to those entities. And yes, they pay taxes in San Patricio County.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
So I know we have a contract with them. And Miles, there's no loopholes in there to apply the pressure to City of Sinton, to those groups of people out there in Sampat County? Like, there's nothing we could do to apply the pressure of a contract that we have? Like, there's no loopholes?
I'm not going to say any contract has no loopholes. That would be kind of binding my client with a contract that's dozens of pages. But I will say, in general, you can't just pick and choose and selectively cut off your customers. The law doesn't permit that.
That's real weak. That's a really weak answer. I mean, they're stopping us from getting water to our region to 500,000 people, and we provide them with 40 MGDs per day. They make money off the taxes of these refineries that provide schools, build brand new schools, build all this brand new stuff in Portland, and all that good stuff, and we have no loopholes, like to apply the pressure and say, hey, we need this water, why are you delaying us? Like, I just don't understand it. I really feel, do we got to get a consultant for that to tell us what we can do in that contract? I mean, I really think you should get involved more in this contract and figure out some loopholes to help us here. I mean, you know, it just doesn't make sense. And March 2nd comes around, we don't get nowhere. What are we going to do?
I would like to point out these contracts are bilateral contracts. They're negotiated between two entities. So it's not, we don't get to just put out our form contract as the contract with other entities. Furthermore, the contract with the entities in San Patricio County is with the San Patricio Municipal Water District. They make contracts with the subordinate entities under them. So we have a contract with the San Patricio Municipal Water District, as well as other entities in the area.
But there's no loopholes, right? There's nothing we can do.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by
just something, like something to come back. I mean, what are we doing? We just have our hands behind our backs. I mean, that just doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't.
Normally, when an entity falls short of the amount of water available, it's required to cut back on a pro rata basis and treat everybody on a similar basis so that everybody's part of the rising tide or falling tide, as it may be. In general, the law does not permit one the area water provider to simply select out customers and treat them one more badly than the other.
I mean, Miles, you got to do better with these contracts. I mean, these contracts are just for the other people to benefit, not for the city to benefit. Like, we always get screwed at the end of it. I mean, it's just, we give them what they want. That's just from the water, from anything, from contractors to whatever the case is. I mean, these contracts that just blows my mind.
I would like one of you, and I would think that one of you would want to defend the city. What was just stated.
What's your question, Mayor?
It's not my question. It's a statement Councilman made, and I think he's asking for clarity on that.
We can provide clarity on that issue. In general, with water contracts, as the area water provider, when you cut back on the formula established in the contract, or you cut back on the established formula on a pro rata basis. And pro rata is...
Yeah, but Miles, you're kind of getting in the weeds. I mean, Peter, you should jump in here. You're the city manager. The councilman is saying, and I understand, he's saying, hey, we're just sitting on our hands. And no one's responding to that. I mean, in terms of the contract. I mean, Peter, that's in your purview. I'm not asking a legal question. He's trying to get clarity, and it's, I mean, no one's saying anything.
Well, because we have said it already that in businesses and cities and counties in San Patricio County are a little dismayed at the fact that one town that uses the water is holding the entire region on hold, you know? So I think that's what the issue the councilman's saying. And we've expressed that concern to the Sinton city manager and the mayor of Sinton and council members of Sinton. We went to that council meeting to talk to them, in fact, and they wouldn't even let us talk. So people don't like that big tax base that's supplying San Patricio County with jobs and property taxes their business models on hold until we can solve this issue with Sinton, frankly. That's the issue. And so that it's just kind of a step-by-step approach that we have to take, but.
I sure hope we don't get a hurricane, city of Sinton passes for help.
We're gonna.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I think y'all are missing it. I think what Mayor's trying to say is Eric says he doesn't feel like the city is taking care of the city in the contracts, that you're favoring that they're being taken care of, whoever you've got the contracts with. So I think she's trying to tell you, defend yourself. Are you taking care of the city? Are we the first priority? Isn't that what you're asking, Councilman? That's what I'm getting. Mayor, isn't that what you're asking?
Nobody said anything. And it's like,
I
but you should be
misunderstood
defending
the
the
angle there, but-
contracts. We're not sitting on our hands. And the other question he's clearly saying is, what can we do? You know, what is the process? You explained it well, but is there something to do? He's using the word loophole, but I mean, the bottom line is like, who is this judge? How does it work? Is there something else that can be done? And I know he's referring to the contracts. I get it. But I'm just a little, I mean, no one is saying, you guys aren't saying anything, and I think you should be.
Well, I just said something, but the issue is that Miles said it, you can't, by state law, you can't discriminate to say, okay, we're going to cut water from all the customers around Sinton because they're not working with us. We can't do that. You have to equally across the board reduce water from all customers.
I think moreover, what they're saying, I think in all contracts, I think he's feeling like we're not doing the most we can to make sure the city is protected over the contracts you have with industry or anyone else. I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, well, there's only so many contracts. So there's contracts with South Texas, San Patricio Water District. We have a take-or-pay contract through Sampat with, what is it called, Exxon
and Steel Dynamics.
And Steel Dynamics. Outside of that, as we already know, there are no contracts with large volume users outside Nueces County.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to move on. Councilman Scott.
But I wasn't there, but Exxon was at the podium. They were on TV saying they supported us getting the permits, right? So
the City of Sinton?
Yeah, no, so there was your hearing last week, and the question is, were our partners in San Patricio there to support our effort?
Oh, absolutely they were, yeah.
That gets lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Does Sinton buy water from us?
No, they do not.
So the issue is that we're mad at an entity that we don't have a water business relationship with. Did San Patricio Municipal Water District, is that right? Did they show up and support?
They were there, but they didn't speak this time.
Okay, well then there's
an issue. Speak, and no board member spoke either.
Okay, well then that might be something we want to ask for. Because my sense is industry on the other side of the channel did show up, and I think they were making phone calls and meeting with, opinion makers to try to influence, to try to suggest to the GCD that this is important.
Correct.
So I don't want to get them. I understand what he's saying, but I think our partners over there, with the exception that you just told me, the San Patricio Municipal Water District, were actively engaged in helping us get the permit.
Yeah, that's
and,
correct.
And I think our issue is that we're mad at an entity that doesn't do business with us, right? Sinton doesn't, they don't buy water from us.
I don't know if I'm mad at them, but we're just, it's.
That was colloquial, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, we went to go talk to them last Monday or Tuesday, whenever their Sinton City Council meeting is, and we couldn't even speak, so.
Yeah.
We're trying to be friends with them. We're trying to negotiate with them.
Yeah.
It's hard when the other party won't talk to you.
Right? Which they talk to us, yeah.
Yeah.
Have we tried lawyer to lawyer?
Yes, we have.
And they won't talk?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, their lawyer has been trying to communicate. Excuse me, our lawyer, the seller's lawyer, is trying to communicate with their lawyer, and they said that we'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, I'm glad that Councilman Cantu did bring up about, is there any loopholes? Is there anything that we can do? Hello, right now we have the amendment, the Fair Water Amendment, which we're trying to address, which is these kinds of contracts that we negotiate that we say, you don't have to cut back, you can pay 31 cents for 1,000 gallons, and you don't have to cut back. So that is one way we can do it. The other is putting into a clause that actually says, I can't even believe it, that says you have 5-year notice. What in the world could any of y'all have been thinking to have allowed that? So again, loopholes, yeah. Those are the ones that we need to correct right now, and hopefully the people will have a say. And hopefully they'll take advantage and sign that petition, because we do need to end those loopholes. So there is a way. Sign that petition.
Okay, thank you. You want to go ahead and go into your water supply projects update?
Absolutely.
And for the record, I do want to state that, at at that meeting, Peter and Nick and myself, did anybody else speak, public comment?
At the second, at the meeting of,
Last one,
oh, the last one?
this last one.
Yeah, so I spoke, you spoke, who else spoke, Nick?
Nick?
I spoke.
Nick did.
And we had a number of those industries were there, school districts were there. We had the city manager of Mathis showing his support, Randy Wright from Portland showing his support, John Byram from the NRA showing his support. It really was quite a list of people supporting the project.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, Nick, the water supply projects update.
Okay, so this would be more of our traditional update minus Evangeline because we went over that. We could show, is it showing on everyone's screen there?
Not yet.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'll give you an update from the National Weather Service, touch on our surface water supply at Lake Texana, and also discuss our groundwater supply in Nueces County, wastewater reuse update, an update on Inner Harbor, and then an update on Harbor Island. So, as all of you know, we meet with the National Weather Service every week. The call is, it's a great informational call, and we're allowed to ask quite a few questions. What this chart is, the next couple of slides are taken directly from the National Weather Service in that briefing. But it shows a huge portion of our area is in what's called extreme drought, with the remaining portion in severe drought. That outlook is worsening, and the National Weather Service says that the areas keep expanding week by week. We've talked a little bit about it, and I mentioned it, but the importance of stream flow. Stream flow is critical because that's the inputs into our reservoirs, both Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. This information provided from the National Weather Service just shows how dismal the stream flow is. It's unfortunately year over year it has not improved, and to be honest, I wish it would just remain the same, but it keeps getting worse. Fuel dryness and soil moisture. If you look at Texas, the soil moisture in most of Texas is in poor condition. And why is that important? Because when we get precipitation in our watershed, the ground itself will take most of the water before it actually runs off into the reservoir. So we do watch that very closely. The other graphic that we were provided this week was the number of days since rain. And for most of South Texas, we are surpassing the 25-day mark without rain. And most of the watershed itself has been longer than 25 days without any rain. And without rain is defined as less than 0.04 inches for the purpose of this graph. We know we've completed the month of January. January is not a good historic precipitation month for our watershed. Outlined here are the different watersheds in our area of Texas. You can see the watershed on the lower portion of the page. That watershed is averaging 0.5 to 2 inches below normal for rainfall. That's in January. And then as you move further to the east, you start seeing the Lake Texana watershed, which is the smaller one, 1 inches to 2 inches below normal. And then the one to the most north, that's the lower Colorado watershed. And they've had some rain upstream, which has been beneficial, but downstream on the Colorado, they haven't had much rainfall. With that news, I'd like to talk about the surface water supply of Lake Texana. The data provided by LNRA, which manages Lake Texana, they have provided us yesterday that the reservoir capacity is at 61%. A year ago in 2024, that's at 72%. So when that number reaches 50% and drops below that, we're looking at curtailment from Lake Texana. The drawing on the right shows the projections, and we're sent this weekly. LNRA is committed to sending us this weekly. They're estimating April 8th is the day that we will fall below 50%. And again, that's updated weekly with the real-time data. We will be scheduling a meeting with LNRA next week. They'll give us an update as well as their other significant users, which includes Formosa. When you look at the traditional western reservoirs, you've got Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. Lake Corpus Christi reservoir capacity is 10.9%. Choke Canyon is at 8.8%. The combined capacity of those two reservoirs is 9.4%. The picture on the right is a picture of Lake Corpus Christi. You can just visually see the difference between October 2021 and October 2025. Just the difference in the size and breadth of that reservoir. And again, our dashboard is on our website, and the projected date of the level 1 water emergency currently is November. Look at our Nueces groundwater program, which we were thankful to talk a lot about already today. The eastern well field is substantially complete. The current expenditures are shown on the slide at approximately $16.9 million. The western well field, the Bennett Banks permit, has been submitted to TCEQ. Well numbers 9, 10, and 11 are complete and are awaiting permanent power. So that means the well has been drilled, developed, test pumped, and the permanent pumping equipment is installed. Well number 12 and 13, the drilling is complete. 12 will be installing the permanent pump within the next week. 13, the permanent pump is in design and we're awaiting on delivery. Well number 14, we just completed the test pumping aquifer testing just yesterday. And you can see the picture on the top right, that is the actual testing from well 14. Well number 15, we have completed, we are drilling ahead. We have installed the screen and casing, and we will be moving towards development on that well. Well number 16, we've completed the pilot hole, which has allowed us to conduct the geophysical log and get the production screens and casing ordered and ready for delivery. Well number 17, we just completed geophysical logging. That log will be reviewed and the well design will be finalized. CCW crews have installed 3.17 miles of PVC water line on this project. That's 24-inch diameter, 16-inch, and 12-inch diameter. And one thing I'd like to say about that, so the picture on the bottom right, this shows the location of our water line to the river. So just like in the eastern well field, we have to run a water line to the river to discharge per the Bed and Banks permit. That water line leaves the western well field, and we access the river through an easement on the Ed Rochelle property. The Ed Rochelle group provided us an easement at no cost. That easement was finalized late December. It was December 23rd. So yes, CCW crews have been on site. We have been installing the water line from the western well field to the Nueces River. The full well field is expected to be operational in May of 2026. One thing to note, and we're thankful for our partners at NEC, they have worked very close with us to provide electric power for the operations of these well pumps. We are expecting to have power enough to run a portion of the well field, approximately half the wells, by the end of February. The current expenditures for the western well field is approximately $20.5 million. Again, we received a $30 million grant, and we're very thankful to the state of Texas for supporting our project. We talked a little bit about it, but there were some questions regarding the water quality in the river and in the eastern well field, which of course is in operation. The data shows, this is data that was collected last week, but well number 6, the arsenic levels was 0.064 milligrams per liter. Of course, the limit is 0.01. Well number 7, less than 0.00093. Well 5, 0.0047. Well 2, 0.0047. Well 3, 0.0046. Well 4 is 0.011. Upstream of well 1, so this would be upstream of the well field in the Nueces River, that's at 0.015. So that's before any discharges of the well. The arsenic level near the Hazel-Bazemore Park was 0.012. And the other thing that I would like to add is there is a creek leading into the Nueces River ahead of Hazel-Bazemore Park, which is where the location of the NCWCID 3 intake is. That was at 0.021. Substantially greater than all other readings. As you know from my memo that I issued earlier this week, we have seen rising arsenic levels throughout the Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi. That is something we will continue to monitor and watch. The other thing I would like to say is, and there's a slight typo there, but the finished water from the Owen Stevens water treatment plant is it's less than 0.00093, which is essentially considered a non-detect when you look at laboratory equipment for arsenic. The data, especially this creek that's upstream of Hazel-Bazemore Park, we shared that with Nueces County WCID number 3 this morning, and then we have a meeting planned with them at the end of this week to talk through things that they are seeing along the river and sharing our data that we continue to compile. The one thing I can say is the declining water levels within the entire system certainly continues to affect things. Wastewater reuse project, we're very appreciative with your support. Council approved, provided the second approval for the agreement with Flint Hills Resources. That would provide 1 MGD by the end of this calendar year, provided everything goes as planned, and would be a follow-up of another 1 MGD the next calendar year. Previously, Council approved an agreement with Valero. That agreement allows for 3 million gallons a day with an increase to 8 million gallons a day once the conveyance line from the OSO wastewater treatment plant is completed to Greenwood. Those projects are critical because it's an offset of demand from our existing customers. So those totals would essentially reduce our water supply demand and would benefit our outlook. The other thing that continues to go on is CCW continues to meet with other entities because the projection is 16 million gallons a day total. So if you add everything up, we've got 10 million gallons a day under contract, so we've still got another 6 to go. We're not letting up, and we continue to work through that. The Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Project, tons of work has been conducted. We're very pleased with the project, with the progress of the Corpus Christi Desal partners. There's absolutely a lot going on there. Moving towards the effort to bring to Council on February 24th an item in which the Corpus Christi Desal partners would present a path forward for Council's review and consideration. Additionally, the city has issued a request for qualifications for an owner's agent / representative. Those qualifications were due last week, February 4th. Staff in the procurement department will review those qualifications as in any normal RFQ process. The Farfield Committee meeting, the first one was held on January 22nd. Second meeting is planned for March 5th. The Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Project. Again, this is a project that is being managed by the Nueces River Authority. The City of Corpus Christi is supporting that project, and we have contributed in a reservation fee. The authority has issued a formal RFQ for a development partner. Those responses are due March 6th. So that would be for a partner such as a public-private partnership. TCQ, a little bit of a permitting update. TCQ has issued a notice regarding the application for water use permit. In many circles, we refer to that as a draft permit, so that's been issued. The permit would authorize a diversion of 350,000 acre-feet of water per year. I've given you the website where the application, the technical data is. Again, that's just a draft permit, and right now we don't know the full process if TC will require a public hearing or not. The NRA has stated that they expect the TCQ to issue the draft discharge permit by the end of February. So we will continue to work with them to get progress and updates. And I do my best to include all of their updates in our weekly water supply memo.
And Nick, on the NRA, we learned this morning, or I guess last night, that their board meeting that we'll be going to next Friday, they will be awarding the design for the pipe, the conveyance pipe?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's multiple facets to it, and the NRA has committed to moving forward with the design of the conveyance pipe early on as they go through the process of selecting their public-private partner. So that's very good.
Yeah, so that design contract will be awarded next Friday, and we'll be there. We've been going to their meetings, their board meetings.
The last slide is just a reminder. We have our project update website, securingwater.corpuschristitx.gov. The website is updated periodically as we have more information available. With that, Mayor and Council, I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Nick. Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. If Lake Texana doesn't get any water and they bring us down to 10% on April the 11th, how does our time sheet look like?
So let me answer that question with some positive news. So the lower Colorado River currently is performing well and well enough for us to continue to draw our rights on the river. What we would do is to continue to pull as much water from the Colorado River. Eventually that will catch up to us though, and it'll catch up to us later in the year. But it would definitely push, bring forward that November 2026 date. And it's something that we watch very closely. We continue to talk with our partners at the LNRA, and it has for the last 2 to 3 months been a part of our weekly call with the National Weather Service.
Okay. Our combined capacity is at 9.4% today, right?
For the western reservoirs, it's Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi.
So when do we, if there's no rain over that, when do we stop getting water from there? Like at what percentage? Because is 9.4 really a real number? Do we stop at 5%? Like how does that work?
Sure.
I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff from the bottom of that lake. What's a true number? Do we empty it out to 0%, or does it stop at 5%? How does that work?
Yeah, and today I can't answer that number because we do, as I stated earlier, we have to continue to monitor the water quality because as the lake pool or the reservoir capacity continues to get smaller, and it will, we've seen it, it continues to shrink. We're worried about potential other water quality issues that may arise, but we'll have to address that.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm challenging Nick and team since last week to get that answer. Right now, the model in its simplistic form drains it to zero, but we know that that's probably unrealistic. We're talking too with persons about the aquatic life that may be in the remaining water. And could there be a large aquatic life kill of sorts, as water gets lower and oxygen gets lower? So we need better answers, and we'll have those probably within the next week or so. What is the rail drawdown? What's the effect of the aquatic life? What's the quality of the water? The arsenic that we're seeing, without any doubt, is from those two bodies of water. As they get lower, the arsenic readings are getting higher out of the lakes. It's not from the wells. So we'll have that answer soon. We don't have it today, but we're working on it.
MGDs are we pulling there every day?
It's about 40 right now or so.
40?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. One other thing too, Nick, we'll be updating the dashboard because that assumes some level of inflow, as they call it. But we're seeing abnormally low inflows. In fact, the Weather Service told us that the Atascosa River is dangerously low on inflow.
Yeah.
They were shocked by it. Shocked. So we're going to have to look at the model again to see. Nick's thinking, is it November? Is it October?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of forewarning. So that'll be updated too, and we'll be bringing that back to council.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, what's the number of MGDs that the general public uses?
So
Just regular people, homes.
So what I can say is, let me back into that, if you would, just bear with me. So typically, the Owen Stevens water treatment plant, currently right now, let's say we're treating on average about 80 million gallons a day. And then raw water sales, which includes the communities of Mathis, right, and Beeville, that's about 25 million gallons a day. What we do know is of that total, large volume users are using more than half of that, right?
This is scary. I mean, but I was just wondering,
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that report about that percentage next week, Peter?
Yeah, either next week or the week after. Yeah, but we're working on it. We have to use, we're using our consultant as well, right? They're
Correct.
going to help us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That about the percentage of the reservoirs, right, Councilman? Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. I was going to ask really quickly. I know that you guys' team are working around the clock. Peter, yourself and your staff as well. So I, at the risk of thinking that I continue to beat the same topic, I really do think that it would be an incredibly high value if we could include in our water dashboard, I know we've got these charts, but something that's a little more linear, where it's a straight bar that says this is our total goal, and here's the plan. The wells, the east-west, the Ed Rochelle, Evangeline, in one simple bar, not necessarily the forecast with dates, but something that's more a snapshot of total water that we are seeking and what the plan is to fill that. Does that make sense?
We can try something like that, Councilwoman. And then we talked about it, you and I, but we need to show the dashboard with water coming on, because it's only when the water comes on do we add it.
Mm-hmm.
We should show it with the plan when water's coming on. We'll do that, plus we'll also do the simple bar type thing.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I think this conversation, looking at the Eastern Lakes for April and talking about all of the wells and things coming on in May,
Right.
demonstrating that we have a plan to close that gap.
Yeah, I would say that, somebody was talking to me earlier at the break, but this council has done a lot. I think we don't realize how much you all have done in 1 year. And so that's what we need to show. We need to show the 17 million. We need to show the Evangeline coming on. We need to show now the new extension of the Western Wellfield, the reuse. The good news is this council has voted on every possible project, and the Inner Harbor desal is soon to come, so now it's just we have to bring the water on. There's only 2 more big votes next week and then the week after. And then it's production time, with the exception of Evangeline with a slight delay. But so we need to show that so the community can understand. So we'll work on that.
Maybe, and thank you for those comments, and thank you to the team, because y'all have been in the trenches, really. But maybe we can show like 4 simple. 1, this is where we're at. We draw from 2 sources. 2, this is our summer 26. This is our November 26, and our summer 27. Just 4 points. This is the plan. It can be changed, but I think it would make it a lot more clear, easy to share.
Yeah, we'll start working on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, you're working on that. We just had this same conversation yesterday about the different boxes, so to speak, right? To make it clear for our residents and transparent.
Yes, we absolutely want to show all of the work, and I'm just going to bring it up again. There's been a lot of work to diversify the water supply. It's going from surface water to adding groundwater to reuse, and then with seawater coming up in the next couple of weeks. So all of those are critical.
Thank you. Councilman Scott.
It zoned out. Formosa doesn't help us if you lose 10% from Lake Texana. Can you draw from our purchase of the water from? Did you say that?
So Formosa, that would also get curtailed. So the purchased water we have from Formosa would also get curtailed.
10%.
So eventually that, as we run out of our contractual water with LNRA, we would then use up our Formosa water, which we're projected to do. The one thing that really has me concerned is because of the status of Lake Texana. It doesn't look good for interruptible water this year. And that's something that, we didn't get all of it last year. Interruptible water is a sort of add-on water that we get if it's available. Things aren't looking promising for that.
Did we get it last year? We did get it.
We got part of it. We didn't get all of it, but we got part of it. I think it was about 75%.
Okay.
And we used it all. The one good thing, I guess I'm trying to say, sobering information with some good information. Sure. The Lake Texana watershed, historically, they get rain in March. So we're anxiously watching that very closely.
The last comment, Peter, I might have, if we do this new table, is somewhere in there to list the hurdles yet to come, because I don't want to walk back. I think we all thought the Laguna project was going to be faster. We thought it was further along than it was, and things happen. So I think if we can list the hurdles yet to come, such that if something happens in one of those hurdles, we can communicate to the public, hey, we told you. It's none of this is a done deal. We still have some hurdles.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think you may have some of that in the weekly memo, but we can make sure we have it in there.
It is, yeah. There's comments in the weekly memo about the need of a bed and banks permit or the need of drilling permits. But yeah, absolutely. And that's important to qualify.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to also continue to reemphasize what Councilmember Paxson was saying about the drawing of the water, that we're going down on the Archoke Canyon or Western Reservoir, but at the same time, we're also coming, up with the other projects. So it's sort of, to that line, like keeping it simple. Maybe, you've got all these different projects on another page, but at least you just want to see the water, like it's coming, that we're still going to be meeting demand. It doesn't matter where the water is coming from, but it's coming and it's going to meet demand. So, because you keep seeing this, but they're not seeing the other part where we're actually receiving it. Do you know what I mean?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
I believe that, yeah. I think
Yeah,
everyone's sort of talking the same.
Yeah, sort of like the
language there.
same thing, but, you
Yes.
know, and the other is, I guess, we can't change, right, our, how our area, what is it called, the region is showing up, like, right now, we are in stage 3, but we are still accumulating or being able to get, you know, our water projects in line slowly but surely, but we're still gonna be held accountable only to that choke canyon. Like, we cannot get out of drought until that reservoir is filled. Is that correct? Like, even if we have all this extra, I mean, this, not extra water, but we're meeting demand, according to our region, we're still in a drought, even though we're meeting demand. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think are we talking about the watering restrictions?
Right.
Yeah, so that's something we'll have to bring back, because as we bring on diversification, we're going to have to look at, we shouldn't rely on just the 2 western reservoirs, whether or not you can water and use.
Yeah, well, it's not so much you can water, because I don't even know, like, I don't even know if that's ever, I mean, not ever, but it's going to be a long time before that happens. But I just want to reassure the people that we're going to have drinking water. We're going to be able to, you know, wash our cars, do the things that we need to do. But I, you know, was introduced or reminded about this, you know, how we should look at things, you know, which is water our trees and what did I say?
Vegetable gardens.
Yeah, no, but, you know, just let go of the lawn, you know, and water the trees. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So, again, I don't know if we're ever going to go back to the way it was, which is, you know, just freeing, being able to just water the lawns when we can. I don't know. But, I mean, I'm just worried about having consumption, like actually water for living and bathing and that kind of thing, and growing, you know, our vegetables and just being able to survive. So again, yeah, it would be nicer if we were able to have, you know, again, that kind of graph. Thanks.
Okay. Nick, thank you for the presentation. The update's very good. We appreciate you and your team, and we look forward to continuing. I think the most important thing is that table, just for the public to know exactly where we are. And just keep it simple. I'm not crazy about asterisks because people don't go and look. We need to literally put, and I wouldn't do any changes to this until we know where the standings are. Because if they come back and say somebody has standing, that just put that project in a different box. If they don't, then, you know, and this is a living document, if you will. But it has to be very clear. No asterisks and any of that. Just what the project is, how many MGD, and when it is to be delivered, as far as we know. And thank you. We appreciate it. All righty. So, yeah, there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.